Hey there, YouTube. This is a co-working video. So that means it's long, it's messy, it's silly, doesn't have music, it's not meant to be entertaining, it's gonna have lots of tangents. If it's not designed to be educational. Okay, so I just want to say that before we continue at all. Don't play this video unless you want something to run in the background while you're working on other stuff and you just might be interested in if there's anything interesting that I might have to say going through it. I'm not going to mark anything. I'm not going to put chapters in it or anything. Okay. And I have to put that disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these kind of videos because people are on YouTube. They're used to more baked content. Okay. Enough of that. Please do the like and subscribe if you'd like it anyway. I'd prefer you actually focus some more on the videos that I do spend more time on, like the other ones, for beginner boost. So, what are we doing? I am here tonight. It's 8 o'clock at night. It's raining outside, and we had a great day at work, and we've been playing around with a lot of Keycloak stuff and OIDC and Kubernetes things, and so the initial goal, and it always changes, but the initial goal here is to get an OIDC provider running on my local machine, my local Windows machine running Podman, and then to set up a local Kubernetes installation, probably in kind, maybe Minikube, that uses Keycloak as the authentication specifically to use the deprecated grant type equals password, which is a flow that's been disabled and in later versions of OAuth. The reason we're using Keycloak tonight is because we tried Authentic. A lot of people have suggested Authentic. Don't suggest it in the comments. It's not worth suggesting. It is cool. It looks pretty cool and everything, but it's irrelevant because it doesn't support grant type equals password, which our current flow needs to include. Let me talk about what grant type password equals. It is an OAuth for about 2 minutes. Okay, I can't spend a lot of time, educating and stuff like that because I want to get some shit done here. So if you don't know what OAuth is, then you can try to piece it together. And you're welcome to ask questions in the chat or come into our Discord, but that's not what this is, right? This is co-working, which means it's me doing it kind of together with the team on Twitch and my friends here and exploring some things and just kind of learning together. I've been told this is the favorite format for my live streaming. By last time I did this, I was told like 2 or 3 times that the number one thing that they like to see was me working through and learning how to use things. As that's the number one thing, the content that I produce. And the second was the IRL stuff where I go outside and bike around and go to the town and stuff like that. So the reason that you're seeing this on YouTube is for that reason. Also because they changed the affiliate terms so I can actually post videos immediately to YouTube after we finish them. So I'm going to try really hard to hit the pause button. So like we take breaks and stuff like that. I have to because we usually play music during the breaks. And I only have so much capacity to talk through this stuff. If you see me coding, a lot of times I will not talk through the coding that I'm doing. I will be doing that today though, just because it's too problematic, takes away from my concentration and stuff. But that's, we're going to try it. We're going to try it for a while. I am going to put a playlist out there, and the playlist is just going to be called co-working, and that's it. It's not going to have any specific topic or anything, but if you just wanted to put it on and let it play, maybe you're in the car or something, I will try to keep it audio friendly and describe what it is I'm typing, but I'm not always going to be able to do that. So, but that is, hey Anthem, and there, that's enough of that. So the first thing to notice about OAuth is that, so if you don't know what OAuth is is the way that you log into things, right? OAuth 2, which stands for Open Authorization, is a standard designed to allow Windows, to allow a website or application, and this gets really important later, we'll talk about this, to access resources hosted by other web apps on behalf of a user. Okay, it replaces OAuth 1. Now that it's super important that you catch that part, that to access resources on behalf of a user. All right. Now it is not correct technically to say that OAuth allows a user to log into an application. indirectly that's what is accomplished, but that's not what it does. And it's fundamentally a web technology, and that's going to be very important later when we start to talk about why auth type grant type password is still so relevant in the enterprise today. We're going to be able to talk about that. So the traditional, I'll just spoil it, the traditional key, username and password authentication with expiring passwords that we know and love from way back when, and if you go all the way back to NIS or even just username and password authentication from Unix, multi-user Unix systems have that, right? I mean, there's a good chance that you are using some form of username and password authentication somewhere. And so this is what goes down, right? You'll do the username and password authentication. And these days, username and password authentication is really, 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 was that 4 reallys? Frowned upon. And the reason for that is because your password can be sniffed and blah, blah, blah. And so we have token-based authentication, and we have, there's just, we have token, we have two-factor, we have a million different ways that are more secure to authenticate as a user. And then as soon as you establish your identity as a user, and there's a difference between authentication and authentication and authorization. And as soon as you establish that you are who you say you are, then you start signing a whole bunch of stuff. You start signing, your session in the web. You start signing your interactive mobile app sessions. You create tokens. Like on GitHub, you can create a personal access token that's been signed by your account. So then you can use that token instead of your actual identity. And then all that stuff is meant to expire over time during, and is granted different accesses. And that's when we talk about realms, we'll get into some of that stuff. But a lot of that conversation about OAuth is very web centric. And the problem with it is that if your enterprise is still using a multi-user Linux authentication sort of IAM, identity and access management, and IAM's the word, then you still have this problem. So like if you happen to be a college or something that has 10,000, 20,000 users on a single multi-user login system, you have a jump host, which is, I don't mind saying we do. It's very common. It's very common to have a jump host where you log into that system using authentication to that machine, and then you can do other things, right? Well, how do you simulate that, and how do you synchronize that with web applications that are going to use OAuth, and with Kubernetes specifically? And so that's going to be the basis of this conversation, is authentication in Kubernetes, and designed for thousands of users, concurrent users, to use it and to be able to leverage the enterprise identity management stuff. And in our case, it's backed by LDAP. In fact, we're going to touch probably on this a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to deploy it today, but a lot of Linux and Unix systems don't actually use the secrets file, the password. Most don't actually. The password file and the secrets file that come on the system. We haven't talked about users even in the boost yet, but what they use instead is they'll use something called PAM, which is a password access manager that is backed by LDAP or NIS in the old days. And what that does is it goes out over the network, and it authenticates a user and a password, and it allows access doing it that way. So you have a centralized store for passwords and stuff. This is where LDAP comes from. Active Directory was Windows implementation of LDAP at one point. That's simplifying it a little bit too much, but so Active Directory, identity access management solutions like there are, a big topic. And this is all part of a much, much, much bigger topic, which is just in general, no trust or zero trust infrastructure, which is kind of the direction going forward, where nobody trusts anything. All of the apps don't even trust each other, and they all have to authenticate as if they're all sort of people. You can imagine a bunch of apps authenticating and granting tokens, sometimes once a second. And it's very complicated, but so we're just going to carve out a little piece of this right now. And the piece of this that we're carving out is we need to create an OAuth 2 open OIDC provider so that I can simulate external authentication against the Kubernetes cluster. Now, there are a couple ways to do this, and this is where it also gets interesting. So, even though I just said external, you can actually host Keycloak in Kubernetes. So I'm fascinated by this because here I'm looking at the Podman version. We have several options here to get the Keycloak server up and running. Once it's up and running, it's just a service, and we can pull down a thing. So, what are my criteria for my decision? I want something that's fast to start up. I want to be able to put together, a Docker Compose file or a basic shell script, and have it be able to pull up. Oh wow! Thanks for the follow. I want it to be able to pull up. I want to be able to set up all the simulated pieces of an OIDC authenticated Kubernetes cluster at scale. But I don't want it to be always there. I don't want it to be the thing that's running all the time. I want to be able to fire it up and use it to play around and then take it down and reset it. I want to be able to break it. That's always been the thing. So as a developer and as an operational person who wants to create test cases and stuff, I want to be able to do that in my lab. And in this case, the lab is my desktop with running containers of Docker, in this case, Podman. So the first choice we have to make is, do we want to? If I wanted to simulate, if I wanted to simulate this exactly as it depends on what piece of the puzzle I want to simulate, right? So right now, we're actually hosting our Keycloak instance inside of Kubernetes. So, we have manifest files and stuff like that run in Kubernetes. So if I'm going to set that on my desktop, I'd have to fire up a Kubernetes cluster. Strictly speaking, the way we should be doing, if you're going to do that, by the way, the way to do that is to get HA, high availability, would be to have an administrative cluster, which is a really popular term these days. You'd have a cluster that handles things like this, and you'd put more of your infrastructure related things in that, and you'd give that a much higher HA, and you'd put things like logging into the cluster, because if that goes down, your user accounts can't log into the other clusters, right? And then you would have some kind of administrative access to that cluster that is different than the access to your larger enterprise cluster where people are deploying their applications and all that stuff and microservices and everything. So that is an approach, and that approach, and if I was going to draw it, and let me draw this. I'm going to draw it. Might as well. This is largely me rubber ducking as well. So that's also a reason to do this. So rubber ducking means talking to a rubber duck to work it out. Let's go ahead and make a new one. We've got a lot here. Somebody gifted me an account, a mystery person on Twitch. I really appreciate it. However, I don't remember how to use it. I don't. I gotta go make a new one. How do I make a new one? Create a workspace. My workspace is admin. Okay, dashboard. How do I make a new one? It's got to be something obvious that I'm not doing. Start drawing. Create a new private scene. Okay. All right. Is that a scene? Okay. Here we got a private scene, untitled scene. Pick and draw. So I haven't used this in a long time, but I really love it. Okay. Pick a drawing. Start drawing tool. Okay. So let's draw that. Let's draw the pieces. Let's use circles for applications and boxes for hosts, right? So, So here's, we'll use that for our host. Okay, so we have, this is a host that's running, a container engine. And let's just put that out there. I don't want to spend a lot of time. That's why I like Scala draws. I don't have to overthink drawing, which I usually get bogged down with. I do it all the time. So, any host with a container engine. And the container engine doesn't matter. It can be Docker desktop. It can be Podman desktop. And inside of here, so I mean, the thing that I'm going to be writing is I'm going to be writing some Go code that uses the Red Hat OIDC standard library and does some evaluation of some of the other login things, so we can actually populate the kubeconfig file. So that's one of the target uses of this tool that I'm making, of this environment that I'm setting up, and I'm trying to be able to bootstrap it from my desktop, not and using Terraform or anything like that up in the cloud. I don't want to pay for it, and I have a huge server already here, so you don't even need more than your desktop. Honestly, you really don't. If you've got enough power on your desktop. So we're gonna have okay. So this is just a logical entity. Let's just go ahead and put it right here. This is going to be what is this one? 8. Okay, so let's do. So this is going to just be an OIDC provider. It's going to be Keycloak. OIDC provider, all right. And in this case, it's Keycloak. Now I don't have to use Keycloak. I could use any OIDC provider that I want, right? It doesn't have to be Keycloak, but it does have to provide grant type equals password, and that's a requirement. Okay, that's why we outlawed the other thing. So now I didn't say how this is implemented, right? I could. Any host with a container engine. I don't know how to display that. This could be running on Kubernetes, or it can be running standalone, or it could be running in a Docker container. There's a million ways you could have an OIDC, but it doesn't matter, because as far as the Kubernetes cluster is concerned, and I don't know how to. Do we have a cloud? I should draw a cloud. I should draw, or should I draw like, what is the Kubernetes thing? Yeah. I can't remember that. I have it somewhere. This is ugly. We need a Kubernetes cluster in here, right? And that's it. So, in fact, I'll do this. I'll just make this because I just want to get done. So that is it. So this, we're gonna have Kubernetes. It's the shipwheel thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we don't. I mean, I don't want to spend time making it, but yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, okay, so we have Kubernetes here. And this is, I mean, if you don't know Kubernetes, this is going to look very weird. To those of you who do, I mean, because this is running on any host with a container engine, it's like all of Kubernetes is running on the host with a container engine. I'm like, yep. And I'm going to clarify that. We're going to start with kind, which is actually KIND, I think, isn't it? How do you spell kind now? I go back and forth with my favorites between kind and Minikube. People were telling me to look at Minikube again lately. They constantly have changes. But kind is still my favorite. I really love kind. Hey, look. That's no longer true. All right, so let's go back to, where's my thing here? Okay. Is how I was showing it. Yeah, I mean, you can do it with kind. You can do it with kind. You can do it with Minikube. You can do it with microcates. You can do it. There's so many options here, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna go with kind. It doesn't matter though. It honestly doesn't matter. You just need Kubernetes. I assume you can actually change your authentication type in Kubernetes. This is gonna be interesting because I've never done that. It's possible that the Kubernetes stack, the Kubernetes cluster in one of these container-based Kubernetes distros, or whatever you want to call it, environments, does not support authentication type OIDC Connect, which is one of the many ways. And let me pull that up for you. If you don't know, if you haven't searched for that, search for it. Kubernetes authentication methods. There's lots of authentications, and so here they all are. Authentication strategies, users in Kubernetes. There's no such thing as a user. Service accounts managed by Kubernetes and normal users. We have very specific rules with ours. We use the JWT tokens that are handed out through Open OIDC, and they have things like realms and groups and labels that are in there. And when we use all of that in our RBAC rules for Kubernetes. Now, I'm not going to go into detail about what that stuff is. And frankly, it's not important that we know about that. I mean, we just need to know that we're authenticated, right? And we need to be able to get that token into the YAML file. That's my immediate need. If I wanted to, though, and it's probably worth looking into, I could set up my own RBAC rules. And actually, working with RBAC is something that I have not done a lot with, because it's kind of one of those things that's like set up for you and you just use whichever one you have. But if you were setting up your own on-prem Kubernetes cluster and you've got your own login, you approach. So in addition to picking up which authentication strategy you want to do, you have to figure out what is the idea of a user in your cluster, right? How is that managed? What permissions do they get automatically? Which labels are they given automatically? Are some of them going to be, passed through different gatekeeper APIs so they can't run certain things? Are they going to have resource quotas installed? All of these things are very specific to the enterprise. And how many end users you're going to have over there and stuff like that. So if you are a Unix system administrator of any kind, you can kind of roughly equate it to if you were to turn on, not auditing, what is it? Oh, God. What is it called? Accounting. If you were to turn on user accounting, nobody ever does because of the overhead. But if you were to turn on accounting on your users and you were to set up different, that's basically what we're talking about doing. Setting up the equivalent of a multi-user login system where people can run their different applications and whatever they want over there, but then ensuring that some of them have the ability to share, microservices, right? And run things, and others are not enabled. And that's why containers were invented, right? Because in the early days, multi-users on a single enterprise box, whatever the organization, would end up stepping on each other because they would use up each other's resources and they'd starve each other out. You'd have to deal with security because they could go look at everybody else's processes or look at /proc and see what was running in the environment. And it's just why it still makes me uncomfortable when people put passwords in ENV, because in a multi-user system they could, a lot of times, if they didn't get the permissions right, you could actually see all the stuff that was passed as a command line argument, as well as the environment variables. And so every time I see a container person, a DevOps person, put and I actually had a big, long, drawn-out debate with one of my good friends at work about this, because there are still systems, Unix systems, where the environment that's used, even in a root system, is visible to everybody on the system, and that changed. Looks like that changed something like maybe 8 to 10 years ago. And I was still operating under the 1990s assumption that all environment variables are visible to everyone on the system. And we actually went through and checked it all. And that hasn't been true for many, many years in Linux. It's user-based now. So, but I still have that old thing. Anyway, all of those considerations are largely, they go away when you start talking about container separation and putting, each, and that's why containers exist. It's why people started them in the shrewded environments when they first, I remember when shrewding environment was the main way to get that separation. And there was the idea of containers hadn't even been explored yet, but that's ultimately what it became. And then it became Kubernetes. And now we've got sort of the same thing inside of Kubernetes. A proc PD environment is for, command line is 044. Yeah. And that's I'm glad you pointed that out. So anything on the command line is any argument you pass, and people do pass passwords on the argument, that is visible to everybody. In containerized Keycloak. Yeah, trying to get your certs into there, Java Store. Ugh, damn it. We're gonna see if that's gonna be a problem here. Actually, that's one of the things I have to test, because we're not doing TLS verification right now. And it's going to be interesting. I might have to run a cert, create a cert on it for myself. And click library on a file, right? If you're using CloudDrive, you can import Kubernetes icons. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Thank you for that reminder. Anyway, we just got kind here, and we have an OIDC. This is the simplest form of what we're trying to do, right? And we're gonna install a Kubernetes cluster and do this, and then I actually want to write some code. How do we do that? Make it here. I want to write some application. I don't know what to call it. I mean, I should make it in a circle. See, this is why I don't do this. All right, so if I just do, so this would be, in my case, this is maybe something called klogin. We'll call it klogin for now. What that does is it's going to pull down, it's going to get a token from the OIDC provider using grant type password, which is not supported in many tools. But you need to do that because it synchronizes it with the LDAP kind of stuff. And but the most important thing it's going to do is it's going to write that to a file called .cube.conf/config, and we might even be able to use our dashboard using it locally. And this stuff actually these are separate. So this is technically this is a separate network space. The OIDC provider is also going to be on the same network, but it's going to be hosted inside a container engine. So we'll have to port forward any available ports there to make it available on our infrastructure on our network here. And then, so my computer is going to become kind of like a miniature little enterprise space. And then this guy here needs to become this is kubeconfig. And we'll go ahead and write that. So cube/config. Yeah, and we'll put that here. So you have to write the tokens in here, and you have to write them in the nice and a good way. Otherwise, you get sad. You do. You get very sad. Like we did. I was foolish enough to trust the app before, and it named it ID-client instead of a token instead of authorized access-token, and that stopped our dashboard proxy from working. And that's actually one of the things I want to test. So let me write those steps down actually. Where's this? Okay, let's do this. I'm going to actually write some steps. So the first thing we're going to try here is we need to set up Keycloak or OIDC provider. That's the first thing, and that's what this mainstream is going to be about. And then, what? I need to do this. All right. So, how you doing? And then we're going to do. We're going to set up a Kubernetes cluster. Set up local K8s cluster. Yeah. And then we're going to install, config cluster for OIDC. What is the exact authentication strategy called? OpenID Connect. That's what we're doing. OpenID Connect tokens. That's the strategy we're using. There's lots of them you have to pick, right? Yeah. Did I get that right? OpenID Connect. We're not going to use Wi-Fi tokens. There's just so many different ways. That's why there's not a lot of tools built to do these things. Although we are going to look for some of those tools. And your Keycloak enjoyer has this provision directly. Users just state agent over OIDC provision and set something after logging into vehicle. Damn. Huh. God, I love that. That's so much better, Mr. Crumbs. So you actually were able to give all your users SSH agent certs, SSH search. I think that's so much better. I hope, it's too big a change for this corporation though. I wish they would do it. I do. Because it's such a more tolerant authentication system. Anything that's based on OAuth is sort of webified, and that it's not designed to do what it's supposed to. I love that. If I had my way, every single user in our system would be given a cert that they had to renew, and then we would the enterprise would focus on creating methods to store those certs locally and to manage those in the keyring. That's what I would do. If I had it to do, every single user, they would have an SSH cert, compatible cert that would expire, and that would become the basis for the entire infrastructure. And by the way, if we did that, that would 10-hour validity, exactly. And that, if we actually did that, especially now since all the desktops are really good at managing key rings and stuff, if we did that, we would be totally ready for zero trust. You know what I mean? So yeah, I really like your suggestions there. I know they're not on YouTube. YouTube, I'm sorry, you can't see the chat because sometimes we get trolls in there, and I can't promise that. I don't want to destroy a video from one troll. The problem with all that is that you get into becoming a certificate authority. You really do, which requires very level of security controls. Yeah, well, we already are in the business of becoming our own CA. We already are. We're fucking huge. Oops, sorry for the swear word, but we are a huge company who's already entirely in the CA business. In fact, one of the pieces of this is that I have to do CA validation, which means in the Keylogin tool, I might have to actually ship the CA for the enterprise in it, which I don't like. A root CA. We have a root CA. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So right now, I mean, one of the things that we did to get our Keylogin to work, which I shouldn't. This is I probably am gray zone of shouldn't be talking about it, but we just do TLS validation equals false, and so when we grab our OIDC tokens, there's no TLS validation. So that technically that puts us susceptible to man in the middle a little bit. But we're actually going to fix that. So if you're a hacker, don't get any ideas because that's literally going to get fixed this weekend. And all you really have to do to fix that is either make sure that the machines that your Keylogin tool, your desktop systems, are resolving the CA, root the certificate authorities that are on the machine. And it's actually one of the reasons I want to do this. One of the reasons I want to do all of this is because we have a bunch of like question marks. One of the question marks is if you use the Go HTTP client in version 1.20 or above, do you get TLS validation for free using the local, cert key rings on the host system? And we don't know. We don't know if the library itself is smart enough to know that. If anybody actually does know that, that is the end game goal. If the answer to that is no, it's a no-brainer to use, especially with Go, to use Go Embed. This is one of the reasons Go is like the premier enterprise applications language right now, because it can do so many things. Go Embed is just so naturally easy to use, and you can actually embed obviously you can put it into code, but the embed model of Go is really nice. It's you literally just put a build directive inside of the source code, and it will add basically a resource fork. It's not, but it'll add like a resource area to your app, much like the Mac apps used to do, and it'll put that in the file, and then it's accessible as a string or as a file system from within the thing. People have been using Go Embed for all kinds of things. So in this case, what we would do is we would embed the client ID, which we're going to have. That's going to have to be there, and we'll see that when we go to set up our provider, when we add an application, and that's how applications work. And we'll have to also embed the root CA or in our case, a simulated root CA, so that we can do the validation against that particular CA. And I don't know what that looks like. I haven't done that. So that's one of the reasons we want to set up this environment. You know the Python requests do? Okay. Yeah, you're curious to know? Cool. Yeah. All I know is our newly provisioned servers sit in a staging environment that Ansible will pick up and drop the assigned host cert into. Oh, the servers themselves? Yeah, you're talking about server, right? You're talking about containerized servers or real servers or VMs? Yeah. Anyway, so and host machines. Okay, cool. So you're provisioning your host. Nice, cool. So, I mean, there's a lot of shop talk here. Again, I apologize to our noobs. If anything, get your notes out, and if you hear a term you don't know, write it down. Write it down. This is the term skill stack. That's what it came from. If you hear a term you don't know, write it down and decide on a scale of 1 to 10 how important it is for you to learn. And now you have, you can build the skill stack that you want to learn about from just hearing what people talk about stuff. What's OIDC? What's this? What is the rank of it? How important is it? So if you're just a learner and we're all are learners, and including me, obviously, then so I'm just going to put a plug in there. So config cluster for OIDC Connect. And then we're gonna write code. We're gonna code Klogin to auth and save token. All right, and I'm gonna need to find an externally facing token viewer so that you can take the OIDC Connect token that comes. It'll show it to you. I think we actually have to put a CA in there to get to see the cert. I don't know what the UU encoding is going to be like, but that in order to see, we have to be able to see inside the JWT token that comes out of the OIDC thing in order to see its values, its realm, and all that stuff. And so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. This is not probably going to happen all tonight, obviously. But that's kind of where we're going with this. Perpetual noob, yeah, me too. Inside and out when I set it up, but once it's done setting up, yeah, day 2 problem. You can't touch it regularly, you forget it. Absolutely. And that, you know what? I don't think there's a lot of smart people who have to look it up all the time. I feel like I don't know anything all the time, and I do study this stuff, and one of the important things to take note of is that there are multiple layers that are built up. And this is why the beginner boost is so focused on the terminal command line in Linux. That is the base layer. If you don't have that layer, you can't even do anything else. So, you have to start somewhere, right? Okay. So let's go back. I think that's the plan, just so you can see it. Do we need to take a break really quick and get up and walk around? Not yet. Let's do that in a bit. Again, if you have questions or comment, thank you for the input. I'll try to repeat it so that it lands on the YouTube video if it's valuable. I might not get to everybody though, so I'll try. If I miss your thing, I'm super sorry. So we're on step 1, set up an OIDC provider. Now, it turns out that, this looks pretty, you know what? Let's go ahead and share this Excalibur scene so you guys can go play with it if you want to look at it. This is one of the best parts of Excalibur. So we're going to call this, let's see, we're going to say OIDC, I'm going to call it OIDC Quick Lab. Kubernetes OIDC Quick Lab. Kate's OIDC Quick Lab. So, because again, the point of this is to be able to pop up all the pieces of an OIDC infrastructure or a Kubernetes infrastructure backed by OIDC Connect as fast as an authentication strategy as fast as possible. That is what we're doing. So what do I do now? I click on share, I think. Yep, shareable link disabled. We're going to turn this on. There you go. Should we let you edit it? No, you can't. You can't edit it. I don't trust you. That's what the no penises one is about. Yeah, because we had fun letting everybody just do stuff, but strangely enough, everybody was very good. I know they were very good about it. They did not do anything bad. So here we go. Paste. There's my shareable link. If you want to, if you want to go look at it, and it's not on the screen. You can go back and have a peek at it. I should probably pin that. Let's go ahead and pin that. Yeah. Yes. All right. So there you go. And then customize time. No, manually unpin. Yeah. Let's do that. I kind of like that idea. Then we can put our like whiteboard can be pinned in the lab. You know what I mean? We can go back to it. You guys can go back to it whenever you want. You know what I mean? And then we'll put our steps and stuff here as opposed to putting it all in a Zet, which I also like to do. But if I'm streaming like this and we need some sort of visual, then that's fine too. Hey, Maluba. Dude, the swims you're doing are awesome. I am so jealous of your open water swimming. That's all I have to say about that. I'm one of my friends who's also a triathlete popped in the chat just now. So, Twitch friends. Set up OIDC provider. Let's get back to that. So let's read about it, right? So did I say OpenID Connect? OpenID Connect is another long-winded way of saying OIDC. So this, goddamn, look at how bad that diagraphic is. User identity provider, kubectl API server, right? So there's the JIT token, signature, authorization bearer, and this will tell you log into your identity provider, get the flag. You can actually provide. Your provider will provide you with an access token, ID token, and a refresh token. We have the access token currently named wrongly ID token, and that kills our dashboard from working, which is a problem. I'll show you how to do that. When using CTL, user ID token with the dash token flag added to your kubeconfig. Okay, adding it to your kubeconfig is something that you can do with an application. So you can use kubectl to do all of this. This is interesting. You can configure the API server. Able to plug and configure the following flags on the API server. Yeah. So, okay. So when this is interesting. When we start up our Kubernetes, we're going to have to turn on all of these OIDC flags when we start the API server. That may or may not be included in these tiny little kind of minikube things. We might have to go in there and mess with it. I imagine we will have to mess with it. It's just Dex, Keycloak. I don't know about Dex. What is Dex? A federated OpenID Connect provider. One provider ruled them all. Dex supports wide range of LDAP. Does it support grant type equals password? I have to find out right now. We have to look up grant types. Where's the search engine? Their documentation doesn't have a search button. Fail. Connectors. God, look at all this. This will connect to anything. That's super cool. Find secret redirect URL. All the scopes and shit. Sorry, I swear. Overview of OIDC. ID tokens. Yeah, see, here's your. Huh. That's interesting. I think our server might mix access token and ID token into the same token. I think that might be what's going on. I actually think we might have to duplicate ID token and access token into the same thing. It might be a bug in. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself, but yeah. I should update my browser. I should, shouldn't I? I know it drives people, obsessive compulsive people, drives them nuts. I deliberately don't do it just to drive you crazy. This document tends to provide a general document for OpenID Connect protocol. Nope. The reason I'm looking at Dex is because I've been looking for a turnkey solution. We're sticking with Keycloak for sure, but which is the official Department of Defense OIDC provider, and so it's one to get used to using. It's kind of old and clunky and Java-y, but it's well established. what I want to know is this if this actually supports grant type password, and I can't do a search on it at all. So I'm going to go to the GitHub and I'm going to do a GitHub search for the terms that I'm looking for in the source code. When in doubt, go to the source. Oh my God, they use the Hugo Netlify starter. Yeah. What a mistake. They should have done make docs. I used to be a huge Hugo fan too, but not anymore. Mike Docs has got problems too, though. So above 200 pages, it falls on its face. Anyway, so I want to search for grant. Just grant. Grantal privileges, create grantal privileges. What the hell? What kind of password? I already don't like it. It's got some sort of database built in. Most of the stuff will have that, but create user dex the password, yeah. Some random password, grantal privileges. I hope this is an example. That kind of thing would get flagged in a security audit if it was in my source code. Application requires grant the read user and open these scopes. I'm looking for grant type equals password. Grant access. Caveats, single grant refresh token. I seriously doubt that it's gonna do it. Grant type. Ori is good too, yeah. Choose Ori, yeah. Yeah, I don't sense to go with okay ping OAuth 0, yeah. Yeah, I used to have OAuth 0 like for my company back in the day on the web. It's great for the web. If OAuth 0 is a great web service if you're going to be web facing. And they probably have a customized internal thing as well. Sounds like. There is literally no way to know whether this tool provides grant type equals password without playing with it. That makes me pass it up immediately because I don't want to do the research. I don't want to do it. Kubernetes authentication methods, go back here. I only looked at it because they mentioned it in the Kubernetes docs, and sometimes if Kubernetes mentions it, it's like worth looking at, right? Not always. And I promise not to say bad things about their docs. I tend to get kind of ranty about the docs on Kubernetes. People always fire back that they're overworked and volunteers and stuff. I'm like, yeah, so there's a bear request, bootstrap token. Okay, so anyway, I got what I was trying to show you is that we're going to be writing a thing that updates the kubeconfig as it said. I remember there being something here that said to do that. Restricted standard on survey validation. Well, that's good news. That answered one of the questions I was just asking. Have a CA signed certificate, even if the CA is not a commercial CA or self-signed. Even if the CA is not a commercial CA or is self-signed. For identity provider to work with Kubernetes, it must run in TLS with non-obsolete ciphers. You know what? That's not completely true. I have direct evidence to the contrary. Because I regularly have TLS validation turn off, and it does just fine. Now, that's to be fair. Kubernetes itself probably uses a TL. Okay, never mind. Take it all back. Because Kubernetes itself is using validation to validate the token on its side. But you can thwart that if you're just creating the kubeconfig file that does not necessarily need the TLS. This is a very important statement right here. This is due to Golang's TLS implementation being very strict to the standards around certificate validation. So that sentence makes me think that if I'm going to do TLS validation equals true in HTTP Go client, which I want to do, that I'm going to have to embed the cert. That's what that makes me think. I don't think it's going to go to the keyring. Do you know, Tiny5, if it goes to the TL to the client? Well, yeah, it's just a client. That's what I'm talking about because you're talking, yeah. Oh, the TLS. Isn't it the HTTP client with TLS enabled? Or is it something different? It's a different thing. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Yeah. I know. My validation's off. I need to turn it back on. That's another one of the reasons we're doing this. So just to recap, for those who are just joining us, first of all, this diagram I'm about to show you is linked in the chat. It's pinned if you want to go look. Even though I don't have it up anymore. What the hell? Oh, here it is. So here it is. We're going to set up an OIDC provider. We're going to set up local Kubernetes cluster. We're going to configure the cluster for OIDC Connect, and we're going to get it to validate. And then we'll use the command line. I actually missed a step. Test auth using kubectl args, like token and stuff. And then we're going to code Klog into auth and save the token as an OIDC provider, or as a auth provider. It's not just that. And that's what we're going to do. A couple comments here. Set minimum RCAs, trust ciphers, yes. The thing and say your trust and security. That's exactly Hello World Day. So the comment is about the TLS.config inside of the HTTP client in Go, which is something we're getting to, yeah. Tony Foss says it was about where it finds the CA roots. You can see it in crypto root underscore. Ooh, nice. You got us a link there. That's fantastic. Thank you for the link. We will definitely be coming back to this. And does this have a per OS implementation? SCPK SSL. Okay, that's exactly what I was trying to find out, is if it was going to look in the standard places for it, or if we're trying to. One of the things the end goals I have here is whether we're going to have to embed the cert and pass it that way, or our root, because we have a root CA, or if I was going to actually find it on our end users hosts. And so that really helps with that question. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that's the next one. Yeah, that's what I'm scrolling. Okay. Yeah. Oh, damn. Dude, you just saved me so much time, Tony Fob. I love you. I wish I could give you money. Thank you for saving me all that time. So, yeah, specifically, that's actually since I'm tangenting. I know. I told you I was going to be bumping around there at YouTube. Everybody, just so you know, your chat is not going onto the screen because I am saving this to YouTube. I'm going to start immediately publishing my co-working stuff to YouTube, just for validation. And it's now Twitch has relaxed their policy with regard to posting VODs on YouTube, so we can do it immediately after this. So you can watch it tomorrow morning or something, if that's what you choose. So that's just kind of a fill in there. Damn, where did that link go? I do not want... Did I lose the link already? Where the hell? Did I close it? How dumb am I? Well, it's a good thing it's still in the chat. Okay, here we go. I close it. I'm so stupid. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right there. I'm not as stupid as I thought. But, okay, not stupid is the wrong word. I know. X509. Let's go see. Look, it's all zoomed in, too, so you can read it nice and good. Yes, Twitch, you can't publish stuff to YouTube. You can't simultaneously stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time, or Facebook. And you used to have to wait 24 hours before you posted a VOD to YouTube, and they've changed that. So they've allowed it to be immediate. So I could finish like tonight and publish a video immediately, and I don't have to wait around for that, which is really nice. But you can't simultaneously stream to both. They still say that's not in the best user's experience. It's a cash grab, but who cares? Wow. Okay. So they actually do. Look, they have all, this is the cool thing about Go. If you don't know, one of the cool things about Go is you can actually indicate conditional compilation based on the underscore. It's a part of the naming convention. It's one of the coolest things about Go. So these underscore things here, these actually correspond to the supported tags for operating systems. So when this anything that uses this library is compiled, it will automatically, if you're compiling for AIX, it'll automatically pull in this file in place of the others, right? So it's super cool, and I think it's one of the most brilliant decisions Go made. It just shows that they really understand enterprise development, and because all that source code is right next to each other, so we can go look at what Macs do. We can look at what Mac does. So Mac, this is where Mac stores its certificates. We're going to be able to find that. We have to look through here. We should be able to find it. I mean, we should. It should list the paths that it's going to look in. I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't see them in here though. Interesting. Verify hostname DNS, update DNS. New Mac OS certificate verification internal error. This is part of the end game goal. I want to look at this because I'll be able to report it back to my team that is working on this. Certificate invalid error. Mac OS. Okay, so set trust evaluation with error. Interesting. So it looks like Mac actually has an API for this stuff. Yep, it does. So Mac has an API for its one. It doesn't have a specific path for it. It's very interesting. I would not have guessed that. That's kind of a nice look behind the curtain, as they say, as to how Mac manages keyring or certs, whatever I call them keyrings. But there's no actual place for those certs to live. Linux obviously has them in a file system. This doesn't. This is saying, hey, you need to call Mac OS. There's like an entire Mac OS library apparently. Crypto internal Mac OS. And that's an internal, which means that you can't use this library. You have to use this one. You can't import it because it's an internal, even though it's using the exported notation, which is why you see this is set cert. If this was not under internal, if this is a side note for Go, if this was not in the internal package, then anybody on the internet could import this package and use it because all of these symbols are exported. That's why they have a capital. So that therefore they've put it into the internal package, which allows them to use the same conventions as they would for a publicly facing package. It also allows them to publish or to export them. So if they have a package that is published that's not an internal, they can just copy and paste that source code into that other thing. It's very convenient. It's one of the things that I learned relatively later on in my Go developer lifetime, and I saw rampant use. First time I saw internal / blah 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 / internal, that was when I started to realize that this had some sort of specific meaning, but it is not documented very well in Go. I have never once read that explanation in any Go book, and I have read dozens of Go books. So that's very important. Anyway, so root Darwin. Anyway, I was looking at Windows. I want to look at Windows really quick. This is just kind of a curiosity. We'll come back to this. Thank you so much again, Tony Faw, for showing us this. Give me money. I don't have a lot of money. I don't. I make a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money. They're different things. So create store context, syscall x5 on an ANSI, ANS encoding. Whoa, it's a freaking syscall. Damn. Create certificate context. They're doing direct certificate syscalls. Wow. There's like so much you could learn about how Windows and Mac do certificates from this code. Seriously, this is really cool. Cert open store. So that means that there is a syscall. Is that standardized across the operating systems? I doubt it. I mean, syscall is traditionally, for syscalls. No, this isn't Mac. This is Windows now. Mac has the same syscall. not all operating systems share. Syscalls are the lowest level function calls that happen straight into the kernel. And understanding a syscall and watching the syscalls as they happen using strace or something like that is really valuable. Developer debugging method, hacker method, as well as an operational method if you're trying to figure out what that hung program is doing. You can go watch all of its syscalls. And the syscalls are all in the language of C, by the way. So if you don't speak C, if you can't read it, then you're screwed. So still learn C. The moral of the story is you still have to learn C even if you don't want to, because you can't understand syscall syntax if you don't. Because every operating system on planet Earth, pretty much, that matters, is written in C. Yeah. Syscall, but it's going to be a different syscall. Yeah, that's right. That's why I was just wondering how close the syscalls were. In some cases, like, like whatever, F right or something, a lot of the syscalls but across operating systems have the same syntax and name and stuff. But when you get into a different OS, you get different syscalls. So that's why I find that super interesting. That's a very low level thing. But I do find it interesting that both of them are depending on syscalls, and they do not have a place where you can go look for the certificates, which means the only way you get a certificate into the system in these computers is to make a syscall based on the operating system it's running on and version of that operating system in order to populate the keychain with the certificate. Why does that matter? That matters because if you're trying to rate a keylogin thing and you want to do TLS validation, which I do, ours is disabled currently, then that means you got to do one of two things. You got to trust that the CA, the root CA, is already in the thing and it was put there by the people who gave out the computers. And in my case, sometimes it's not, right? So that means, like, if you're an enterprise, it's giving out Windows and Macs, you need to make sure that the right keys get into the system, and normally that would be by some sort of configuration using whatever system configurator tools and imaging that they have for these massive things. If that doesn't exist, though, the reason that this is super important is unlike, this is why I opened this one, unlike the Linux one. In the case of Linux, you could say, oh, hey, I see that the CA cert's not there. I'm going to go ahead and update it for you, right? And then you would just add a file. But that's no. If you're gonna try to, which is already kind of crossing the line, right? If my keylogin application sees that the machine that it's running on does not have the proper root CA on it, right? On Windows or Mac, I have an option. Right, I can either embed the root CA and use it for that TLS session and not, and keep that self-contained within my application so that my application knows about the root CA, but nothing else on the system does. Or I can kind of overstep and say, assuming I have access, I could say, oh, I'm going to update the root CA on behalf of anybody who's ever going to use the system, which is probably a non-starter. So the reason that I'm talking through this is because those are the options that we would have to propose, right? And one of the questions would be, how hard would it be for you? The reason I'm talking about this is because we are also considering, this is not a secret, we're also considering not using a keylogin. We're considering creating a tool that represents everything from our team, so it's a one tool kind of thing, kind of a monolithic tool that can do multiple things that are user types of things, including but not limited to updating the kubeconfig. But the reason that I am doing that research down into what would it take to get the root CA updated on the system is, even though that's supposed to happen elsewhere in our company, we could make it an option, right? We could make it an option, and that's why I looked at the source code of those two things, because we would have to code that syscall. We'd probably have to just rip straight out of that crypto. We'd have to code a syscall that updated the root CA on the box, right? And that has also got business implications, because if we do that and we do it wrong, we break everything on that machine, right? So if I mistakenly wrote code that did not detect that root CA was already there because I screwed up the Go code or something, and I tried to update it, and they were running an old version of this tool, which is all possible, then they could potentially break the root CA keychain and nothing on the system would work, and we would get our heads cut off by the desk side folks who manage desktop compliance and stuff. So that's why I'm looking at it, right? From a business perspective, we are an ops team. We're basically just trying to make it so people can use the dashboard for Kubernetes. And so obviously my recommendation is going to be to keep our own nose clean and to ship the root CA with the application. Now, the downside of that is if they update the root CA all the time, right? So if our organization was up, I mean, not the root CA, I don't know what in the pedigree or the keys would be necessary for it to make TLS certification work, but I assume there is a situation where we would be updating the keys so frequently, the certs so frequently that we would have to have our application check in and phone home to get the latest cert, and then use that. And I don't know what that, but the preferred thing here is to use the certs that come with the system. So probably what we're going to end up coding is something that tries to authenticate with TLS, to get the token against the auth thing. And if it fails because of TLS validation, I don't know how well fine-grained the errors are, but if it fails because you can't TLS validate because there's something missing from the system keys chain like that we're looking at, then we could say, okay, use our copy of this and try that. And so it would be kind of a fallback measure. And then it would still work, right? And then worst case scenario and then is that the end user would be, oh, well, why does my Kubernetes stuff authenticate just fine using the certificate? They would never know, but that's all happening behind the scenes. But they'd be wondering, why does this work? And yet, whatever, my Chrome doesn't work because it doesn't have CA certification signing or something. And then that would be up to them and the desk side support team to take care of. So there are a lot of considerations for this, but in order to speak about it intelligently, I wanted to look at this to see how much work it would be, if possible, to update. First of all, the first question is, does the HTTP client with TLS validation enabled use the system certs? And it looks like yes so far. We're going to test that, but it looks like yes so far. And then the second kind of part of that question is, how does it do it? And there you go. And there it all is right there. It's all in the X509 crypto. This is where I assume the HTTP client uses this, and that this is how it gets the certs from the system. So this is good to know, because I can speak about that intelligently when asked, how does it do it? And if it does, how does it do it? Well, it's using the syscalls, and I can point to code that shows that. So those are those main questions. And then the last one is, do we have to, or is there any reason we should embed the root CA in our application as a fallback measure? And that is, we can now discuss what that would mean. And that largely depends on what do we want this tool to do. And I already mentioned that. Do we want, instead of Klogin, do we want some sort of app utility name, like something tool chain or something? And then we've actually talked about that because we wanted to put multiple, and I actually have to learn Cobra. I hate it, but I'm going to put in Cobra because we have Cobra in some of our other apps. And so it just doesn't make sense to have Bonsai and Cobra next to each other. And that was a fight I was happy to. In fact, I suggested it. I love Bonsai. Bonsai is in production code all over, but in this particular case, we already have Cobra and other stuff, so that's just going to perpetuate it. I copy. Am I doing Keycloak today as well? Really? Cobra is super straightforward. Yeah, Cobra. I know Cobra. I haven't used it a lot, but I've looked at the source code for Cobra enough to know I hate it. To be fair, they've actually simplified it a lot. In fact, I noticed that the number of lines for command line completion is down to around 1,000 now. It was up to like 15,000 before. It was ridiculous. But suffice it. I mean, that's the standard. Whether I like it or not, I don't care. I am not going to use Cobra for my own stuff, for my Zettelkasten and for all that kind of thing. Mostly because my documentation is light years better than the documentation in Cobra. I mean, we're talking like multiple light years better than Cobra documentation. The Cobra documentation is absolutely horrible. And Bonsai documentation is easier to maintain. It's all based on an embedded markdown file. It's just so much better. So I'm going to be doing that for my own stuff. But for this tool, I need to do it. I need to use Cobra. So there we go. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just going to brag about Bonsai again. I mean, here we go. Oops. Oh, I'm not even logged in. That would help. So look at that. Look at those docs, man. That's not a man page. No, Bonsai automatically creates a temp file, detects it, colorizes it if you have color support, and sends it to your pager if you have pager support. And by the way, it's using colors that come from the built-in terminal-based color theming that GitHub command line tool uses. That stuff, Cobra can't even touch that. It can't even come close. My stuff is so much better. I'm just saying. And it's a little bit backwards. There's no dashes anywhere. Oh, whoops. Here's the grep help. And you see all of this? You see how it's like got, you see how it's got indentation, it's got underlining. That is all markdown. And it's all 100% modeled to look like man pages. And by the way, if you want to, you can dump this. What happens if you, I'm bragging. See, if you dump it to a terminal, it gets rid of the color. Does something else. And you can, this stuff is all completely, the document model behind it, I haven't added it yet, but you could create a PDF out of the documentation if you wanted to. And you can actually serve it as a web page if you wanted to. You cannot do any of that with Cobra and never will be able to do any of that with Cobra. Okay, I'm done. Thank you for tolerating that little rant. But people can't use Bonsai because they don't know about it and they need like a little booklet, and I haven't finished it yet. So what's Bonsai? I'm going to show you. Get up, and then I'm going to go back to my whole Bonsai. Here you go. If you want to read all about Bonsai, go read about it. Go Bonsai, composite commander, meticulously manicured monolith, and multi-cell binaries built from imported composite commands. Oh, you can also have composite commands. Good luck doing that in Cobra. Nope. You can actually add an entire command just with a single import statement anywhere off the internet. Can't do that with Cobra because it's so horribly designed. Done. I'm done. I promise. All right. I wish that they could add that stuff. I mean, if I could swallow my ego, I should probably just be able to. I should probably go to the Bonsai to the Cobra team and put a PR to make it do what it should do, and then have it be the option. So, like, if you wanted to compile it with the option to simulate Bonsai command line separate stuff, I could put all the cool stuff from Bonsai into it. But I doubt they would go for it. I don't know. I don't like fighting with teams that are stupid. Anyway, so set up OIDC provider, set up local K8s cluster, config cluster for OIDC Connect, test out. Okay, so we had a little rabbit hole there. I do need a break at this point, and my brain's kind of all over because I've just been talking. So we took a rabbit hole path down looking at the syscalls to see how the keys were kind of, because that was related to the keys, which is actually step 6. So we want to test determine where TLS certs come from, and that is a part of this task. So that's why that's there. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the video, YouTube. Here comes some music. All right, we're back again, and I got my glass of wine. I had a little snack. we are now going to dive into setting up Keycloak. But I think I answered one of my other questions already without having to go into it by just reading here. It's amazing what reading will do. reading will solve so many problems. You don't have to like set up an entire home lab to get the answer. Sometimes you can just read it. Sometimes you can't, right? Sometimes you need to back it up with an actual POC, proof of concept. If you deploy your own identity provider, which this is the part that people were warning me about. So what does that mean? If you don't know certificate stuff, and my certificate knowledge is still really bad. I don't deal with certs all the time. But you have this, all certificates have to be signed and authenticated by a root CA that you trust. And on the internet, there's a bunch of root CAs. There was this big fiasco last year, actually, when one of the root CAs expired and a bunch of stuff went belly up. Because it was not configured properly to go get the new one. And this particular sentence, I'm going to read it for those of us who are not watching. If you deploy your own identity provider, in other words, if you are like on an intranet and you're a huge corporation and you have your own identity that you want to put into every computer that anybody uses on your infrastructure, then that's what they're talking about. And it says here, as opposed to one of the cloud providers like Google or Microsoft, you must have, and it's all caps must, your identity provider's web server certificate signed by a certificate with a C flag set to true. Even if it is self-signed. So what that means is that in order for us to even test TLS client validation, that when we set up Kubernetes, we will need to add the certs. I mean, that's the big part of the Kubernetes setup, right? If you're going through, you're using a kubeadm to do it. I've only got partway through that. I've never actually done it all the way through. I need to. That part of that is giving it certificates, right? And making sure they're the right certificates and sign everything. Why is this relevant now? Because I have a feeling that the certs that are created with Kind or with Minikube are not sufficient to pass Golang's TLS implementation. Now, worst case scenario, if that's true, then I won't be able to test TLS validation in my Klogin tool. I'll have to disable it for that. I can still test the other parts of it, such as like running the dashboard locally and things like that. I can do that. That's another one of the main reasons I'm doing this. But I won't be able to work on the TLS validation in Kind or Minikube. If that turns out to be true, then I would have to create a different strategy for the localized lab testing. I would have to go further than that. I would potentially have to actually have sort of Ansible or something to bring up all the pieces of a true on-prem Kubernetes, which is a lot more work, right? Because you'd have to provide an SNI and a CNI, you have to storage classes and all that jazz, and that would take me a much longer. There's no way I'm just going to push a button and have that pop up, right? So and so the reason I'm pausing on this paragraph so much is because it's very possible that with Kind or Minikube, I will not be able to test Klogin with TLS validation equals true. With the HTTP client set to TLS validation is true. And I will know that. I will be able to determine that tonight by or whatever when I get to it. By setting this up. And if Kind or Minikube doesn't do it, and then there's the question, well, if Kind doesn't do it, does Minikube do it? Does Microcates do it, right? I suspect Microcates might do it. And so this might actually, the determination about what, quick and dirty Kubernetes cluster tool we use is a part of this based on that. So I'm preparing my own learning strategy the first thing I'm going to try is Kind. Kind is definitely the lightest weight. It's also the one least likely to have all the TLS set up properly, right? Minikube is the official tool from Kubernetes, although they did add Kind to the list. They even put it in front of my Minikube, so that would be the next one to try. If that doesn't happen, then we have to decide, do we want to try MicroK8s or K3S, or those are the only ones I know of, which are all, turnkey, run in a container sorts of Kubernetes implementations that are already pre-configured and work. If those don't work, then we need to go out and look at K0S. I didn't know about that one. I think I'm confusing the certs here. I don't think so. No, because what we need to know, that you must have your identity provider's web server certificate signed by a CA cert if that's true. So the identity provider's web server certificate, that's going to be inside of Kubernetes, right? Or is it the client one? Open identity provider. Your identity provider's web server certificate signed by a certificate with a CA flag that's true. Oh, so that means oh God, I hope you're right. You're probably right, Kreger. You know more about this than I do. So what you're saying, oh, damn, that's really good news. So this is not in Kubernetes. This is not Kubernetes stuff. This is, I see what you're saying. It has nothing, thank God. So this, okay, I'm going to restate that. So I'm being corrected here by people who know better than I do. They say that if I understand them correctly, this is if you deploy your own identity provider, Keycloak, which is what we're doing. You must have your identity provider's web server certificate signed by the certificate with the CA says is true, and that I'm pretty sure we have control of because it's Keycloak. Okay, but that stringent requirement is not coming from. God, I wonder if it's even signed in production. That requirement is the signing of the OIDC provider that we're accessing through HTTP to get the JSON thing. That's going to give us that, and that TLS has to be signed if we're going to turn it on. Okay, that makes sense. Crisis averted. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, but for a sec, I misunderstood this. I was interpreting this to mean that the clusters are super picky. When they go to do the validation of the token that comes in from the client API request, that they would then go in and for some reason have more strict requirements. Strictly speaking, they don't give a shit because they are not associated with that any further, right? I mean, that then comes up to the question, see all this thing, auth provider stuff, kubectl, we're going to do this. But by the way, when you do this, it doesn't update it. I wish it did. Oh, wait, that's set credentials. Yeah. We could probably get away with that. One will work. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. Why isn't there an auth access token in here? Oh. I think I understand where the bug came from. Mm-hmm. There we go. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking at the kubectl credentials for kubeconfig. But this is the stuff I was looking at. Is this all of this stuff has to be fired off when you run your API server if you want to use OIDC. And I don't know, that kind of in the same vein of I don't know if Kind of Minikube are going to work. I don't know if they run with OIDC issuer enabled, which apparently is an argument that has to be passed to the API server when it's started, and that's all taken care of for you with Kind. That's a different problem. Yes, it really is. You remember this when you wrote Gangway? Yeah, I don't know. What is that? Default is SC Kubernetes, SSL ca-pem. Really? Damn. You can pass in the signing CA public cert with OIDC CA file. Yeah. Is that when you run the API provider, or is that when you're on kubectl? I'm just curious. Yeah, and part of the problem that we have, even though they okay, what you would need to configure, yeah. So the part of the problem, the end game here is we do not want our users doing anything but kubectl commands, very plain and easy. That's what we're trying to leverage by having an additional tool that does the magic for them and updates the files as necessary. It's super important that we keep this easy for our users because we have machine learning people that are writing Kubernetes code and doing things like that. And honestly, they want to use the dashboard, and to even understanding how to get a token and use it to start kubectl proxy properly and pass it into the dashboard is too hard for them. So we are simplifying that by covering up some of that stuff. So all the options of kubectl that include, like a plethora of argument possibilities with tokens involved, never happening. Not in our environment, because even though we could document it and I, put the MakeDocs documentation out there for everybody, it's too big a pain in the ass for most end users to set all this up. So that is a big part of our job, is making it easier for them to use it. And up to now, they've had to SSH into a login machine, and now at least they can use it on their local machine, because thanks to the Klogin thing that I wrote, which we didn't have Mac support, and that gave me an opportunity to rewrite it. We're going to rewrite it again, by the way, and do some other fun stuff with it, such as hand out API tokens for other stuff that we have in our enterprise, which I'm super happy about. The whole specific workflow, I agree. There's definitely a business opportunity here. Offline access scope. Oh, you will? In the realm? Thank you for finding that, Kroger. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're getting there. Yeah, that's why you wrote Gangway. Is Gangway your, like, did you assume an external IDC provider in your Gangway, Kroger? Yeah. There are a lot of tools there, but the problem is that those tools all require some sort of localized configuration, and that's what we want to get rid of from our users, right? We don't want the users to have to spend time manipulating or managing a file or all of the stuff that they have to do, and I don't know that all the new tools do that. When I wrote this a couple of years back, the tools out there were not, other than looking at the source code to get ideas and decide whether you want to use like the Red Hat OIDC library or not, which we didn't at the time. I wrote that all using HTTP. So yeah, I'm just thinking right now, thinking about this a little bit. VMware Archive for Gangway. I'm happy to look at it. Let's go look at it for a bit. Anytime we can look at other code, we can inform what's coming. So we're looking at, so for those of you just following along audibly, we're looking at a tool from Kroger called Gangway, which is, as he and many others have said, there's lots of tools that take care of this particular authentication strategy in Kubernetes because it's so popular with large enterprises and people that have multiple users. An application that says Gangway is an application that can be used to easily enable authentication flows via OIDC for Kubernetes cluster, because this is a very common pattern. Not a local CLI-based tool. Oh, I see. Yeah. A centralized OIDC onboarding tool, not a local CLI-based. Kroger, you may have actually addressed a huge problem that we have. So, actually, that's project. So one of the, as I mentioned before, actually, I'm gonna articulate this problem that we're facing because we have some big guns in the chat right now. And I would love to see their input. And so it may not be relevant to what I'm immediately doing, but it is relevant longer term. So the problem that we face with grant type equals password, right? So, I mean, I've already divulged that we are using the deprecated grant type equals password because of our LDAP method of username password authentication. But in the long term, we don't want to do that anymore. So, but we still want our users to be able to use kubectl. And kubectl requires an updated kubeconfig, right? And the thing that triggered this thought is I'm reading about this. It says an application that can be used to easily enable authentication flows via OIDC for Kubernetes cluster. So most of the time when people talk about OIDC Kubernetes cluster authentication flows, they're talking about web-based applications that are using a true OIDC three-legged, whatever flow in order to leverage the browser for all of their work with the Kubernetes cluster. And then they don't use kubectl, right? We've been evaluating dashboards over the last, I didn't put any of this on the YouTube, but we've been evaluating dashboards over the last, 3 or 4 days, and all the different ones. There's localized ones that use Electron. There's ones that are web-based. There's some that have middleware. There's tons and tons and tons of Kubernetes dashboards, none of which are kubectl, right? And so the problem with using OIDC as an authentication strategy when using kubectl is that you have this web-based piece of it, the token thing, that has to be saved. And web page and spits out the kubectl for kubectl. It does. So you answer my question. So Kreger says that this particular tool lets the user log in via the web page and spits out the kubeconfig for kubectl. And OIDC requires a web leg. Oh, I know. We've got, actually it doesn't, that's an overstatement of it. Grant type password does not require a web leg. I mean, strictly speaking, it requires getting the token over the web. But you can cache the token without doing it. And we do it all the time. That's what grant type equals password is supposed to be, despite it being deprecated in OAuth 2. Officially, it's not even included in 2.1 anymore. But that's the question. You answered the main question I was asking. So the workflow for your end user is go to this web app, click on this thing, do your authentication just like people are used to doing on the web. In our case, it would be, their organizational ID and password, and then you would that would create the, it would create all of the kubeconfig with all of the access tokens and everything in there, and then you would have to bring that down. Now, I assume that means that you've got refresh tokens that have expiration times a little bit different. Otherwise, people would have to download that thing all the time, right? In our case, we generate a new token every day or so. So when they do Klogin, to whatever cluster, it actually generates a new token that's going to expire within a couple, 2-3 hours or so. So what I want to know, and this is a broader question, is how would you address that? So it's already a pain in the ass for the end user to get the kubectl or to get the kubeconfig and know where to save it, right? We do refresh tokens, yes, for sure, yeah. But the periods on our refresh are a lot smaller. Right. So I see what you're saying. So you're saying that you just give, when you send it back, you send the refresh token, you send an access token, it's going to expire. And then when they save it, then kubectl is going to take care of the refresh. Because it's not, right? Or is it? You know what I mean? Yeah, well, I know refresh tokens are the way, but so what I want to know is right there in the screenshot. Storage release curl, storage kubectl. Let's use kubectl. That's a different sort of thing. So, yeah. Execute the following. There's no way our end users are doing that. That's like way too hard. No, our users are way simpler than that. They would not be able to do that. So, yeah. How does it auto refresh? because it's got the provider URL in the information, and that way it can go query it. kubectl queries it on its own, right? Yeah. And what I want to know though is, this kubectl node a refresh from the provider? I assume so. Right? If it does, then that's actually really, really, really good. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so that's the piece I was missing. Another reason that I like that approach, and I'm super glad you brought this up, even if I might not like all this, extra stuff here, the idea of creating, there are so many reasons to like that workflow, and let me go through them really quickly. I'm rubber ducking here. Let me just talk through this. So the web-based flow is right in the middle block. Yeah, which one? Why am I missing it? This is not keeping a set production cluster. That's different. Is that not what I'm looking at? Maybe very short, 15 minutes. Yeah, set credentials. Right. Yeah, and I've seen this config set credentials before. We saw that on the official documentation. I don't want my users typing that. So what? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's not something. But I do like the idea of producing a kubeconfig YAML file that they can save and then run. And the reason I like that is because the proxy dashboard already requires them to load it. Download kubeconfig. Oh, okay, I missed that. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, so that would be what I would do. And I would actually put all of this token information in there, which maybe this is extra information about what this actually does. Is that what that is? I assume so. So this is, I'm misunderstanding. So this here is, because this stuff, you can put all that stuff in the kubeconfig file, obviously. So it's yeah, okay, good. All right, I missed that part of it. When I saw this, I thought you were still making them do that, and for some reason kubeconfig didn't have all that in there, and that was confusing. My users, we're going to give them a button, and it's going to produce a file. They don't even have to open the fucking file. It's going to produce a file, and then when they go to open the dashboard, they're going to go to command line, they're going to do kubectl proxy, right? And it's going to pop up. Actually, no, they'll do kubectl, and they'll tell it what this. Let me tell you some of the reasons. Let me go down another rabbit hole here. When doing user management, when thinking of this from a user perspective, right? One of the problems with Kubernetes in the enterprise, especially right now we have GCP, right? We have GCP is their official provider, and that's not a secret. We have internal on-prem clusters. We have people running their own clusters. We have people doing, their localized clusters and their own teams. People have clusters all over the place, right? And the method for using kubectl, waiting for Kerberos, yeah, we do have Kerberos as well, by the way. Yes, we do. We have Kerberos already, and we have Kerberos and LDAP, right? So, but what here? You see where I'm going with this? Because I think encouraging our users to know where their kubeconfig is and which one they're using is worth it. And we don't do that. Currently, we don't do that. Currently, most of our end users have no idea where the kubeconfig file lives at all. They have no idea. They use it at the default location. They run our klogin tool, and it populates the file for them, and they just know to run klogin anytime they want to log in. And that updates that pulls, that gets them their thing and everything, right? And by the way, our expirations are set so that they have to run klogin if they want to go from one cluster to another. It's just managed multiple values into context now. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting you say that, because right now our Keylogin tool provides multiple contexts, right? We have those hard coded into the tool, and this is particularly for our team and our offering. Our offering has our 3 or 4 clusters built into the tool, and they can switch back and forth or log in between tools. They can't be logged into all of them at the same time, which I find to be annoying, because K9S, for example, does not work, because when they're logged into one cluster, they can't switch over to the other cluster, seamlessly. And I think that's a problem with our kubeconfig. I think it's a problem with our kubeconfig. I think if we did it right, and we had our refresh tokens set properly, and our expiration times right, that they should be able to go back and forth between clusters in K9S and have no problem based on a single kubeconfig file. If that makes sense. So that's what I'm kind of thinking about. Yeah. Pasting the wrong context and really screwing something up. Absolutely. Yeah. So, but I got to tell you, they cause race conditions where I do 101 context config file doesn't. Yeah. This is interesting. This is a good debate. So the chat is, in case you're just watching on YouTube, the chat here is having a conversation about whether to manage multiple cluster access through a single config file with multiple contexts, which is what we do now, or to multiply to have your end users become used to managing multiple config files. And I have to say I am leaning toward the latter, even though that's not what we do right now. Here's why. Because the number of clusters that a developer user / person are going to be using is going to be high, right? And in the average enterprise these days, there are going to be so many different clusters that they're going to have to use in this new, multi-cluster world, that somebody's doing development, as particularly if you want to go between clusters, which is also interesting because, one of the things I really like about this is that if you train your end users to get used to passing the kubeconfig file to their kubectl startup command, and they can create an alias for that relatively easily, or a mini program or something. If they get used to doing that, then the method of authentication doesn't have to be. So if you haven't looked at a kubectl config file, which we probably need to, the YAML file, the way they get away with context is they can have multiple providers, right? So that file can get really big and ugly, and stuff. Not to mention the fact that, and this is something that hit us kind of, I can't remember how exactly, but the format for the actual values are almost impossible to find documentation for inside the kubectl config file. And they are, even though they are not, there's no documentation that says what they are or what they're locked down to be or what they need to be or what version they are most definitely Kubernetes specific. And I actually made the mistake of thinking that I could, use a separate YAML section within that file and have the single file to store other data, that I didn't want to put in labels someplace in the user namespace or something, and that we could use it. And kubectl is happy to blow the shit out of it. Bottom line, kubectl, the team at Kubernetes, they are going to do whatever the hell they want to with that kubeconfig file. And if you become dependent on a single file to access multiple clusters, if those clusters are at different versions and the kubectl clients, the end user may be actually using, you can't even be 2 versions away from it officially. So you're talking about, in a multi-user environment, in a multi-cluster environment, as much as a pain in the ass as it is, developers that are doing development for multiple clusters have got to get to the habit not only of using, I believe, whether it's separated by context or kubeconfig files for a different cluster, which have authentication information for that provider and everything in it, but they also have to get used to the fact that they might have to actually install multiple versions of kubectl to even be compatible with the cluster. And you don't think that that's a thing. You can say, why does everybody keep up to date? Because nobody can stay up to date. I don't mind telling you how far behind we are. I'm not going to tell you what version, but we are out of support. And it's because it's so hard to keep up with the current supported versions of Kubernetes. So here's a very realistic scenario for a Kubernetes developer, okay, in our enterprise. They want to do a deployment of an application that's going to use GCP, right? We have pretty much everything. We have OpenShift, we have GCP, we have some Azure, we have, a bunch of homegrown, on-prem clusters, including ours. We have it all, right? So that developer who worked for the tools team or whatever, machine learning, they have got to be able to use kubectl to access or their favorite dashboard or whatever the hell they want for each of these different clusters, right? And so the larger question here is, what workflow do we want to encourage? And not just encourage, but support. What workflow do we want our developer team? And I know this is none of my business. I'm just an operations guy, right? At the end of the day, officially here, I'm an operations guy. But the question is really, what does the enterprise, what are the powers that be, the business people, what do they want the official position to be for developing for a multi-cluster Kubernetes environment? That's the real question. The real question is, it's a kind of a tools team developer question, but I tend to do a lot of that on the team, as does my partner in crime who've been making the API that talks to our batch processes, which is completely outside of Kubernetes, and now it's integrated. So yeah, you threw it all out. GKE is not good. You threw it all out. Damn. I don't want to think about that. That's not my problem, man. Not my problem. If they decide to throw GCP back out, what's funny? We've already had people who went to GCP. This is a true story. We've had people that went to GCP come to our team through various, avenues and ask, can we still run stuff internally on your cluster, or are we not even allowed to do that anymore? And we say, no, as far as we know, our internal on-prem cluster is completely usable by anybody. We don't have the same SLA expectation as the others. 30 minutes to destroy a 2-node GTK 30. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. So it's funny because it goes like this, right? It's going back and forth. So some of the developers and the architects, the team leads and stuff, they've been coming to us on our support team because we suppose the high performance computing machine learning cluster that's, it's completely vanilla built, homegrown on-prem cluster, and with Istio and everything, and now they're starting to come back to it. And the thing is super interesting is now that we have the API available to talk to our batch processing, which is where all the big machine learning jobs work, they're even more inclined to not wait around for the latency to talk to GCP. No controllers for GCP services like Cloud SQL. Oh, damn. Yeah. So if I had money, I wouldn't touch Kubernetes with a 10-foot pole. Yeah. Well, Google fucked up the user experience. No shocker there. Absolutely. Google is horrible at user experience. To be fair, their graphic user interface to the web stuff is more sexy than the Amazon offering. So yeah. In a cluster management system, one of my teams wrote for testing on multiple clouds. We would run into this problem for every cloud. AWS was the worst out of the lot, really. Yeah. So the question before us, as I sip my wine here, because I have to, I'm going to go crazy, is the preferred, and I think it is. I'm going to do a straw man thing. I'm going to make a statement, and I want people to poke holes in it. I believe all in on Kubernetes. Yeah. And look, I think Kubernetes does have a finite lifetime, to paraphrase Kelsey Hightower recently. But I still think it's going to be around for a long time. And so it pays the bills right now. I think micro VMs are going to be really sexy. People have heard me talk about that before, particularly Firecracker, which I'm going to implement here at home. I started already. I want to write my own REST API integration with it so I can create my own interfaces using Bonsai to spin up my own VMs. That's a separate issue. Kubernetes is still going to be here for the foreseeable future, so we got to figure it out. Yeah, and so I mean, at least as long as mainframe was. Do we mean life cycle? We've already gone through COBOL, but yeah, there it's exactly Tonyfall. That's what I meant. I frequently personally have said that Kubernetes could be the next COBOL, right? The next mainframe, because that's what people are using it for. They're using it for enterprise computing, period, and stuff. So, building, yeah, I know. We finally got it all built up, and they're not going to drop the ball on it. But the day two problem. People are throwing away $1 million contracts all the time. I know our company has, with providers which I will not name right now, providers and services and applications, and they're just throwing them out because the day two problem, they can't keep up. There's one particular vendor that I will not name that they are so bad with the day two problem that but this exists across the board, by the way. The Red Hat just came out with a new release, but some of the stuff, feds and stuff that we have to have doesn't even get updated, even though they had lots of beta runtime, and it doesn't get updated for 4 or 5 months after the official Red Hat release. You're talking about a year rotation just to get a latest version of Red Hat released. And that's just the OS. That's not even talking about Kubernetes. Kubernetes has so much day two problems that you're starting to see political will within the company totally change, and they're just slashing shit. And plus you got the financial pressure recently, and they're like, fuck that. If you can't keep up with the Kubernetes upgrade cycle, if you get 6 months behind the Kubernetes cycle as a vendor, you're out because you just held up our entire infrastructure. And if Kubernetes dies, that's how it's going to die, because the vendors can't keep up. The more complicated the offering, and the offering I'm speaking of is extremely fucking complicated. It tries to be all things to all people. And it failed. It failed so hard, so bad. And they threw it out. It has a multi-million-dollar contract, probably close to $1 billion, I would guess. And they just chucked it. They got rid of all the applications that depended on it. They recoded everything in different ways that didn't depend on it. They made new expectations. I never thought it would ever leave. But because it held us back, it held back our Kubernetes upgrade for 1.5 years. It held down our Kubernetes upgrade 1.5 years. We had all the stuff ready to upgrade Kubernetes, and we're still waiting for the stupid ass vendor, and they couldn't do it. And so the only way to survive that, by the way, is multi-cluster. The only way to survive that is multi-cluster, but a shop like ours is not set up to do multi-cluster like that, particularly not when the one application to rule them all is the thing that you put in the cluster, right? So yeah, large regulated orgs are finally waking up to it. Yeah, it is a big problem. But yeah. I actually think serverless, I was kind of down on serverless for a bit, and I'm kind of coming back to it now with the micro VM stuff and Firecracker. My biggest take on that, Tony File might have an opinion on this, I mentioned this the other day, is that they don't have GPU support. So how the fuck are you going to do anything in the machine learning space, right? Micro VMs with full GPU support, which I know is a big ask because they change the drivers for that stuff all the fucking time, but at least allowing modular integration with Firecracker, I'm kind of changing tunes here. I'm going to the, serverless micro VM kind of space, which is different than Kubernetes. But if they were to do that, they would actually have a stake in the machine learning game, and they don't have that. Firecracker doesn't have that now. It's actually one of the few things that's keeping me from implementing it here, because I want to test submitting machine learning jobs to my micro VMs. And some people might call that an anti-pattern. If that's an anti-pattern, I need to know it. But no, the benefit, yeah. On-prem serverless, yeah. All the headache, none of the benefits. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I find it beneficial because I can bring up infrastructure really fast and reuse my same on-prem hardware. That's why I personally want to do it on my cluster over here. I have like a 50 computer cluster over here. I want to do it over there, but yeah, to the server behind the current, right? Question about the beginner boost. Let me ask that really quickly. Fine Wilkie says, catching up current boost 2023. I want to install bare metal Linux. Boost doesn't do anything for bare metal Linux. If you're going to install bare metal Linux, I would install, are you going to put it on a server? If you're going to do server, I would, look, it's up to you. I would, hey, how's it going, Cradraw? You can put whatever you want on there. I would either put Ubuntu server or Red Hat, or a variation of Red Hat, Rocky or Alma, whichever one you want. I tend to ask Tanis about that. I think he's a Rocky fan now still. I don't remember. Did I get that right? If you're going to actually install a server and you're absolutely sure that you don't want to partition that server out to run VMs, then I would put Red Hat or Ubuntu on there, because that's what you're going to find in the enterprise. And that would be consistent. But if you're brand new to this, you've never done before, I would put Ubuntu on there, because then you just have one distro to deal with. Don't listen to the people that tell you to do Arch and all this other shit. It's just going to confuse you, particularly if you want to get a job doing it. And I would just stay with one distro for now. And since the container distro that we're using is Ubuntu, and your server host is Ubuntu, then all the apt commands and everything would be common knowledge to you. So that'd be my recommendation. And then if you want to branch out and do Red Hat as a host OS, which is very common in the enterprise, and then Ubuntu for your container OSs, or Alpine or whatever, then you can start to branch out in your Linux knowledge about the different distros. Those are really the only distros that matter, though, in the enterprise. If unless you're a really edge case enterprise like Steam or Valve or something. Yeah, servers are containers. They kind of are. They are these days. Alpine is a good idea, absolutely. But you would never put Alpine on your host OS. Please make sure that this person knows that. Alpine is a container OS. It doesn't have to be, but Debian on desktop and remote administrator Debian, no worries. Yes. Yes. So that's what I would do. If server is, if honestly, if you have like a high tolerance for pain and you want to learn 2 Linux or 5 Linux distros at the same time, which will slow you down but might be good for you because you'd be a polyglot when it comes to Linux, then I would put a variation of Red Hat, if not the Red Hat, which you can do for free under. I don't know how to do it. In fact, I've been thinking about doing this in my home lab. In my home lab, I'm thinking about actually putting the Red Hat on server, or on my stuff, as opposed to one of the Rocky or Alma, because I need to remind myself. I used to write NPMs for IBM, RPMs, and I said NPM. I've done that too, but God, no, not doing that again. Bye. See you, Taifa. You want to reduce your CV account? Oh, right. That's a good point too. Boy, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, but if you want to emulate an enterprise environment, I would put Red Hat on your host OSs, and then I would put Ubuntu and Alpine in the containers. That's what I would do, because that is the most common enterprise on-prem setup. Period. I can make that case all day. And if you want to emulate what you would encounter at work, that's what you're going to do. If you're just having fun, you're a hobbyist, then forget it. Do whatever you want. All right, let's go back. So back to just the station identification. You're listening to RWXRob.tv, where we are trying to set up an OIDC provider, and we're talking about multiple options for doing this. And I have been completely derailed by this wonderful idea from Kreger, one of our contributors here and the creator of Gangway, which takes the approach of creating a kubeconfig file that the users then download and use, and they would then have to use kubectl with that kubeconfig file. They'd have to put it in the proper place, so they'd have to provide the command line argument to kubectl in order to see it. I don't even think I have a kubectl over here. Do I? I do. It doesn't make sense to have it within a container. I have to do container in a container thing, and I don't think. I'm being Arch with BusyBox Missile instead of you can use space. It kind of is. Alpine kind of is. So let's look at the help. So I'm looking for the option that tells me where I can identify where the kubeconfig file, which I never do. So don't worry, I am gonna install Keycloak to do this, but because we need that to play around with these different strategies. But I really wanted to flesh out the preferred imaginary developer workflow, and I'm actually going to write about that for a second to capture that idea. I don't want to lose that idea while we've been hashing it out. And the reason for this is because I want to propose to my team at work that we follow a particular preferred developer workflow based on the real and imaginary demands of a developer in a multi-cluster environment in our enterprise, which is the reality that we face and that most enterprises face. And, rather than hard coding everything for just our little silo into a kubeconfig file, what would a developer do? And so we're going to look at that. Config, there we go. Modify kubeconfig files. Keycloak, it shows you which ones. I don't know where the options are for that. CTL. I don't. Boy, I hope there is one. How do you tell it which kubeconfig file you want to use? Or does it have to just look for it in a specific spot? That will suck. You can't pass it as an argument? I've never done it. I thought you could do that. You should separate the exercises here. Keycloak is basically drop-in free SaaS. Yeah, I know. Or put with something like Auth0. You could put with something like, yeah, Auth0. I could just turn Auth0 on. It's very web-based. Krager's very web-based defaulting to thing. I have used Auth0 in the past, but I actually want to. One of the reasons I want to use the Keycloak thing is I want to create turnkey solutions for on-prem testing or in-lab testing. So that's why I want to do that. Is it the kubeconfig var? Are you serious that that's what it is? Why do I not know that? That's like Kubernetes 0.55 remedial. I should know that. Why don't I know that? Why isn't it in the documentation? For more information, okay, we're going to go there. I did not know that. I knew it could be done. I didn't know how, to be fair. I am embarrassed. This is why I stream, so you don't have to be embarrassed. I can be embarrassed for you. Yep. Come on, baby. There we go. Command line kubectl. Kubectl kubeconfig. Installing kubectl cheat sheet. This shows you how built into I literally wrote the Go code that populates the kubeconfig file, but I don't regularly switch it. We just use this one kubeconfig to rule them all, which by the way is hard to find on a Mac, right? Because Mac the file browser by default is not easy to browse. I'm talking about machine learning developers who want to use Kubernetes dashboard. We're not talking about people who are familiar with the command line, and I know that's weird to say. I know it's the default. But it's hard to get to on a Mac. On a Mac, you can't actually open it. Like when you go through the graphic thing, so like I'll show you this later. But when you get the dashboard and one of the options is point at a kubeconfig file, right? And that's another reason that I'm headed down this path, is because the ultimate goal here is to be able to have people use the dashboard the way it's officially supported by Kubernetes and not through some ad hoc proxy container image that may or may not be supported, which is what our users started using, and it broke because Istio doesn't support it anymore. And rather than using the kubectl proxy method and pointing to the config file, and because we fucked with the config file wrongly and didn't put access token and put ID token instead, it didn't work. And that's legacy. That's not my problem. That was a legacy thing. But because of that, we weren't able to use that method of dashboard authentication. And all of that would be avoided if I had gotten into the habit of providing the path to the kubectl file, right? And not using context. And we had a little bit of a debate about whether to push your users towards using context in a single kubectl file, I think what I'm coming to here is that we want to encourage our developers to create a directory with multiple kubeconfig files in there. That might indeed be the preferred workflow for a developer in a multi-cluster environment, right? They may actually end up having to have multiple versions of kubectl installed as well, right? But if they can create a way to centralize their kubeconfig files, now the first mistake that they would make is they would push that shit to private GitHub, right? And I suppose it's not wrong to do that with the refresh token in there. I guess they could get a new... No, it is wrong. It's definitely wrong. But if it was private, they might be able to pull it up. You know what I'm saying? So let's say I'm pretending I'm going to role play here. I do it a lot. My wife gives me a hard time about role playing. So I'm role playing. I'm a developer. I've got to write code for like 5 different disparate clusters on different services, on-prem and otherwise. How do I survive? Right? What do I do? Well, do I have, in this case, I have multiple kube configs because I don't know what version they're going to be on. I may have multiple kubectl binaries because I don't know what version and how old the stuff is. And I know a lot of people think context would be the way to go. But see, context doesn't get you around the problem of having 2 different, contexts are nice and all, and that's what we use. We use context. But contexts don't cover the problem, as far as I understand, with multiple different versions of Kubernetes running at versions that are more than 2 apart from one another. So, and I know it's an extreme edge case, but if you have a kubectl file, a binary that is using the same kubeconfig file, you're assuming that the other version of kubectl has maintained compatibility with the kubeconfig file parameters, and that the provider information and everything is the same. The syntax and organization of the data model is the same. Now, we have no way to verify that because I swear I have searched up and down, high and low for a standard specification for the kubeconfig YAML file, a data schema file of some kind, and it does not fucking exist. I swear to God, it does not exist. Now, it may not have changed, but it doesn't mean it's not going to change. And I know for a fact that the people who are running the kubectl think that they can do whatever they want with it because they throw out anything that you do in it. If you add a new field in there, they will throw that field on the floor when you run any program in kubectl that updates it. So like if you do any of those commands to do the dynamic config updates, it will blow away any of the fields that you have added. So if you are inclined to add any other fields in there, you can't. Now that all by itself is not probably a big enough worry to say, hey, I'm not going to use context. But there is at least, a non, I don't know what the words are to say here. There is at least a reason to consider maybe doing the multi-config file option. And particularly when you're having your users go to different dashboards for different systems, and they want to point to those different config files, right? What I find crazy weird actually is that when you use the kubectl proxy, which is necessary to pull up the built-in Kubernetes dashboard, which we can argue all day about whether it's valuable or not. I've almost never used it. I've never used it, actually. In fact, I'm only doing this because our users have used it. And you do kubectl proxy. Well, kubectl proxy assumes that there's already a kubeconfig file that it's using, and then you have to turn around and provide a path to the kubeconfig file in the dashboard web application when you go to the URL. It's totally fucking brain dead. Because when you ran kubectl proxy, it already knew what kubeconfig file it's using, which means that the application, for whatever reason, is not able to read the same location for the kubectl file, and so it has to prompt you for it. And it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. But if you are a developer, I need to get some more like realistic demos where you guys can see this happening. Yeah. Won't have support for various APIs. I don't know. Yeah. kubectl. So the fundamental question is, do we want people to use different kubectl, just different kubeconfig files? And I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. And I'm going to run that. I'm going to float that by the developers on our team who are also operators and operations guys, platform engineers, and see if this is really a platform engineering question, because we are setting sort of preferred policy for using our platform and stuff. It's not kubectl. Nobody says that. Nobody says that. Nobody says that I take seriously. No. Anybody who says eat cuddle for CTL, I just laugh my ass at them. I don't even care. It could be Chris Noah. I laugh my ass at them in their face. Doesn't mean I don't like them. We actually have a Zettelcast, and we did a stream some years back, 2 years back, where all we did is we went through pronunciations that will make you not sound like an idiot. Because there's some SQL, right? There's sometimes when pronouncing it makes you sound like you're in the know, and other times it's like it's a complete like minefield for a beginner, you know. It's a complete minefield. The Quebec tool, I don't know what that is, but we actually there's a Z on this some ways. Yeah, here it is. It's in my Z. What Z is it? What number is it? Keep in mind these are American, Canadian, British references. Thing and how to say it. Bash, Z shell, Z shell. Some say Zeesh. we have it still. It's still out there. Oh my god, it's like here. Yeah, we should probably add kubectl to here. QT, not cute. Kate's Kubernetes. People, I've actually caught myself saying Kate's before, but people don't know what you're saying. We did this because somebody was saying not V, it's VI. Because I was making fun of Zorchenheimer for saying, yeah, these old farts are using V, whatever that is. Not even kidding. Anyway, so I love Zorchenheimer. Has been doing a whole lot of LinkedIn series on Linux command pronunciation. Seriously? GWT Jot? If you say Jot, no, fuck no. No. I refuse. Just use the letters. Oh my god. Okay, here's the biggest one though. Is it LaTeX or LaTeX? I put LaTeX in here, but I have been so. This is the one that I get rasted API. People don't say RP. Who the fuck says that? Shroot and Schmod. See, this is ZQ. This is why this has to be created. Shroot and Schmod have been around forever. You say Charut. Shroot and Schmod. You have to Schmod it. I actually call it Schmox. Because I do Schmod-X. You have to Schmox it. That's literally my command, actually. So, yeah. We should probably do a series on this, actually. Yeah. I don't know if this is a Don't Get Mad, Get Busy podcast, but this would be a fun video to do. We did it a while back. I should probably do it again. We should probably revisit it. Oh, damn. You found the LinkedIn thing for Jot? Who the fuck says that? What an idiot. If you say Jot for JWT, you're a fucking moron. Seriously, what kind of moron says that? That is so stupid. I'm sorry. That is stupid. It's a stupid ass thing to say. Don't say that. We're all friends here. Even if I call you a moron, we're still friends. I swear to God. All right. That was a nice tangent. Can I go get some more wine now? Hand me a Jot token. Are you fucking kidding me? To call this Appy? JIT? I say JIT all the time. Just in, you know, it's funny. Some of them make sense, but the other ones don't. You know, just in time, you know, like JIT translator, JIT, that makes sense. Just in time, JIT, right? And then there's the whole get GIF thing. Get GIF. There's that whole thing. There's the whole GNU thing. There's people who say Linus Torvalds, which is wrong. There's people who say Linux, and then there's Linux, right? I mean, those are like big ones. If you say Linux, people will laugh you out of the room. So to the beginners out there, this is kind of needed, right? I say Lua, Lua. Lua, I say Lua for that. That's a language name, though. You know? Yeah. KDE, OAuth, GNOME, GNU. I don't know why GNU is GNU and GNOME is just GNOME. Why isn't it GNOME? Yeah, I don't know. This was a fun tangent. You say JSON? I do too. I've never once said JSON. I say JSON. Yeah. Yeah, I say JSON. I even say TOML. But you know why? TOML is actually named after Tom, the guy's name, right? So I don't say TOML, I say TOML because it's Tom's markup language. It's literally Tom. So the word name Tom in it is appropriate. I mean, God, we need to do all of these. I gotta update this. TOML, TOML, Tom made it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we could keep adding stuff here. JSON, yeah, JSON. Do I have JSON in here? I don't. How do I not have JSON in here? YAML. I say YAML. I'm not gonna lie. I say YAML. I do. I say YAML. I say YAML. I say JSON. JSON. TOML. I don't know why. That's what I say. I say GIF. I went back and forth between GIF and GIF forever. I did. That's one I've gone back and forth with on a million times. XFC. That doesn't have a way to. Is there an alternative besides XFC? Did I have JSON? I didn't find it. Oh, it was lowercase. Was it lowercase? Where's my JSON? Oh, it's right there. I can't see it's behind my camera. It's behind my camera. All right, whatever. X feces. XFCE, X feces. A term of pejorative endearment. Cloud, I pronounce cloud shit. All right, it's time for us to take a break. If you want all the good, funny laughs and swear words, you're gonna have to come to our Twitch stream, YouTube. We'll be back in a bit. All right, break over. We had fun though. Come on back. Come on. Yeah, as I said, join us on our Twitch stream if you want the irreverent fun. Refilled my wine, got some food, ate an avocado. We're back at it. Okay, so when we left off, we've been down many tangents. One of the things I would like to do really quickly though is capture developer preferred workflow as a Zet. So I'm going to use my Zettelkasten tool to just make some notes. This is not tmux, so that's going to bother me. There we go. I'll make a new one. So preferred multi-cluster developer workflow. And so here are some thoughts about how to best manage development or multiple clusters from a single workstation with the following conditions. Considerations. Okay, so Kubernetes development requires kubectl be within 2 versions of server. Kubernetes kubeconfig kubeconfig is the standard default config file location. Kubeconfig can contain multiple contexts with different clusters. Format of kube config not specified. Kube config file changes overridden by most kubectl commands that use it. Kube config environment variable defines location for kubectl. Kubectl does not take argument to define kube config location. Kubectl proxy prompts for token dashboard use prompts for token or path to kube config. I guess we'll use that instead. Path to kube config. Yeah. Theoretically, kube config schemas could change between kubectl versions. They haven't, but they could. Theoretically, a developer could be required to use different kubectl binaries. Because if you, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Another one too, multi-cluster is becoming the preferred enterprise architecture. Oops. So the whole cluster CTL thing. You know, you got a bunch of stuff going on. So another thing too is that enterprise OIDC connect authentication is common practice. OIDC requires creation of a token from an OIDC provider. kubectl kubectl will get new is it an access token? Which token will it do automatically? Will kubectl update its access token in the file if the refresh token is set? It will, right? You know what? I just realized. I just realized that the access tokens are not getting rewritten to the configuration file. I have to go back and review my my OAuth knowledge. So there's 3 tokens. If you're doing the 3-legged one, you can be 4 tokens involved. The refresh token being the most important one. That's the one that you get submitted to you, but the refresh token has a much longer expiration period. And yeah, I actually think our refresh token expiration interval is too short. I think that we might be misusing the refresh token rate, and I need to look this up. And I'm not the one who's decided that. I think that they sent a refresh interval to be way too short, and that therefore that's causing us to have to regenerate both the refresh and the access token more frequently. So that's a pretty big question. But yeah, so the bottom line is I think just suggested steps for working with a specific cluster. Install kubectl version that matches target cluster, which you have to do anyway. Then generate kube config, generate and download a kube config file. Generate and download a kube config file to common location. With others for other clusters. And then I mean, if we're gonna make a single tool to rule them all, we can't do that. We just can't. Document or provide script use of kube config when not document. We're going to say promote use of kube config equals kubectl. You can't make that into an alias, so I don't think that works, does it? I need to test that right now. I need to test that. Can you make that into an alias and have it still pick up the binary? I think you can. And I mean, that in that sense, this would be changing your context. The hard part about that is that changing the namespace to the current context is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, and as Kreger said, Kreger's not here anymore, but as Kreger said, using separate kubectl config files is at odds with context within a single kubectl file. So the assumption is that single CTL file is never going to change and stuff. The reason I like this is that this allows teams to manage the creation of the kubectl file however the fuck they want. So we have a Keylogin tool that generates and manipulates an existing kubeconfig file at its standard location, right? But maybe they don't want to mess with that one. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they're using GCP and they're like, hell, I don't want to use this other one over here. I wrote a script to make it easier to type. Yeah, I think most people would do that. And that, I feel like contexts are trying to do that, but contexts will never cover the problem because contexts are all for a single binary and a single kubectl config format. And that is just never going to catch up. It's never going to work. I think this is the way to do this. I do. And the funny thing is that we are not doing this, but another cool thing about this particular solution, is that this will address the problem with the access type grant password, because we will be using a web browser in which to get the tokens. And when you're trying to do that from a command line tool, you don't have that option. You don't have the option to do that. We prompt it for the username and password, and then we do grant type password, and we send that. But because it's not an OAuth flow, it's not a proper OAuth flow, short of writing a full-blown client. And this is commonly a problem. I mean, if you notice, like the GitHub command line tool has this problem, right? The GitHub command line tool can't do everything. And so it says, go out to the web and get this token, or I'm going to open your web browser for you, and you can go do the OAuth thing, and that'll give a token, and then you print the token, and you cut and paste the token into some configuration file. The only difference between that and this is that the entire kubectl config file can be created this way. The other thing I like about this is that the power to create the kubectl file is controlled by the people writing the application to generate the file, and that allows them to, if and when it's possible to store other information in there, they can do that, right? So. I mean, another possibility would be an enterprise. There's actually an opportunity here for an application to be made that does enterprise kubectl config administration, right? There is. You could. I'm going to give you an idea for a business. If you wrote a middleware that was able to take care of all of this OAuth authentication and cache it, and then people could go into that one dashboard and they could go find whichever one they want. And they would have the option of, one Kubernetes cluster might be completely authenticated using SSH keys, right? Or not SSH keys, but you know what I mean. And another one might, every single fucking cluster might have a different way to authenticate. And what doesn't exist currently is an application, an enterprise scoped application that assumes a multi-cluster environment where credentials and tokens and stuff that need to be used with kubectl are available. And hell, you could even put the different version of CTL for a given cluster as a binary in a cached binary store, so that instead of using like JFrog or whatever. Or GitHub releases or something, you can actually put the binary for that cluster in there and say, here's the cube. Dude, there's $1 million idea right there. Somebody go do it. Somebody needs to make that and sell that to enterprises at like a couple million a pop. I would buy it if I was a CTO. It would have to be well done. If you made a central landing place for all developers that are doing any Kubernetes development across the entire enterprise, whether it be on-prem or in a cloud, you just keep kube files in a directory. And that's what other people have been saying. Does not teleport do it? I don't know. Let's go figure out. Let's go see. But I think yeah. Teleport is not primarily that, though, isn't it? It's like something more than that, if I remember right. I mean, it's not its core function, right? Or is it? Where's my links? Oh, here we go. Keep configs in files in a directory is what I think is the thing. Yeah. Single sign-on. Yeah, but this what I'm saying is that this actually provides the Keycloak layer as well, right? But they added Kubernetes. Yeah, this is an IAM thing, but then they added Kubernetes using security best practices. Yeah, this looks good, man. Encrypting your tar pipes because there's a wrapper roasted out. Ugh. Ouch. Yeah. One of the reasons I like this is because it does. So let's say you have a cluster where you want to use token-based authentication, like hardware token, right? You could have a cluster that authenticates using hardware tokens based on that OIDC provider, and you could have another cluster that doesn't require that. So I think this is probably the space where this is going to come from. The problem is that, yeah, it looks like it does. Yeah, damn, this is cool. This is damn cool. I mean, I've heard things about Teleport before, but I didn't realize I had Kubernetes integration to this level. Issue short-lived certificate for Kubernetes API and SSH. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, a tool like this that can handle the different forms of authenticating to the different clusters is really going to be the only thing. And I think a vendor that specializes in authentication methods and those integration with the primary tools of enterprise, which are, Kubernetes and other applications that use it. I mean, Vault doesn't do this, right? This is the first time I've seen an access-based application that has Kubernetes centricity, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, DB staging production, DBLS staging production didn't work, and successfully issued short-lived certificates for Kubernetes API and SSH. See, that's the thing that's so cool about that is that you can manage your SSH access to the same things. This I am super glad we're looking at this because I don't know if they're going to have the money to look at these kind of offerings, but there's a very good chance they're going to tell us we can't use LDAP, keep password, grant password anymore. And we shouldn't be using it, frankly. Nobody should. So when that day comes, all user-based authentication is going to have to go through the web. And the only problem with this is in our particular case, the enterprise does not have Kubernetes aware access infrastructure. So there's no way for them to produce a kubectl, right? We'll go and we'll authenticate, and then we'll go to the dashboard or during whatever the enterprise option is. I don't even know, and it will not. It'll give the token and everything, but then it's going to be up to the developer to take the stuff that comes out of that token and then put it into a kubectl or kubeconfig file and all that stuff, and that most likely is not going to be covered by the application. Unless it's Teleport, which looks like it does do. So, this conversation, this research that we're doing is important before I do the experimentation with what is needed for me to test, because this is directly related to the day 3, possibility where we get rid of our username and password based authentication with LDAP, which needs to go. So having an awareness of what's out there and what other people are doing is super valuable to me. This all started when Kreger said that he made a tool they had made a tool that just dumps you a kubeconfig file. Now I don't know that this does this. I don't know that it does. Here it goes. It pops up the web browser. It's so funny. My teammate has been telling me, this annoys me. I love my teammate. He's a great guy. But he's been telling me over and over again not to make command line tools that are aware of the local client, HTTP client, to pop it up. And I just think this is bullshit. He's like, no, then you have to write, OS dependent code in there. I don't want to do that. I'm like, that just showed you that it's doing it. That's exactly what it's doing. TSS login. Because if you're going to do OAuth authentication, you have to pop up a web browser to do that. Right? Especially if you're going to do biometric or any of that stuff. You have to do that. And if it's going to be a command they're going to run from the command line, which is what we were making, it would have to integrate with the web browser. It's either that or you just send them to the web page right off the bat, right, and download the config file, and then there's no binary for them to run, period. At all. In fact, the thing that we're talking about doing is eliminating the Klogin tool that we use, period. I am now conflicted because I've just made a case against the tool I'm testing. That there's no reason for it at all. And I mean, it's interesting because we were about to justify expanding the use of this single command line tool to rule them all. They would hand out other information and integrate with our API, our batch API, and stuff like that. But if we need something that's web-based already, the question now becomes: would our time be better served creating either selecting a vendor, like Teleport, or creating a web-based authentication that includes, the proper OAuth grant types, as opposed to grant type equals password, and then taking that and downloading a config file and then not touching, and then creating a web-based solution as opposed to a command line-based solution, that would allow us to change things, and we wouldn't necessarily have to have people downloading stuff other than the kubeconfig file. That is actually, it is like burning my brain right now, because that's a better solution long term. And it's compliant with all of our corporate policies and everything, unlike the round type stuff. So yeah. The most common UI. You kind of do. I mean, yeah. I mean, I made a tool that doesn't do that, by the way. Let me, full disclosure. Let me show you guys. Yeah, I created this binary to handle all of my OAuth stuff in a central place, and it actually it's funny because it will actually pop up a web browser, and then you have to close it later. But it does it. It does it. It gets it for you, and it does all the granting and everything. And the reason I use this is because I like to script things that use OAuth, like the Twitch API, for example, right? And I hated having to go to the web to do all the stuff from the command line. So I wrote this. I haven't used it in a while, but that's, and the thing that's so cool about this is if you put auth name like this, then your stuff can be, it's, there's secrets that are on disk, but, so are SSH keys. They're, as long as they're protected. And then you can write, I did this because I wanted to write bash scripts that use REST JSON APIs and stuff. And that I wrote that some time ago. So yeah. Yeah, and I need to start going back to that. I stopped using it because I started writing everything in Go, and that's got built into it, sort of. There are libraries that do that kind of thing. Not everything is an OIDC provider. Some of them are just plain old-fashioned OAuth 1 or OAuth less. I mean, if you want Twitter, you got to do 1.8 OAuth. So the goal of this particular application was to make it easy to script APIs from the command line, like to just throw together a shell script really quickly and do something with an API, no matter what the API. And most all of them have the same kind of, they have this same style. Not all of them, but that's where that came from. So I'm aware that you can do it from the command line without necessarily, and the GitHub CLI API does that kind of, but it's a little bit of a trick there because it sends you a redirect. That's the hard part. In fact, if you look at this code, I'm kind of proud of that code, but this code actually fires off a separate thread. And because when you set up the client, right? When you set up a client for a given API, you have to tell it the redirect URL, right? And the redirect does it for OIDC. If you're doing a redirect, if you're doing three-legged OAuth without OIDC, I think, then the problem is it always does a redirect, right? And you have to hit the redirect URL. And in this particular case, this has you, for wrong or better or worse, it has you set your redirect URL. If you're just making your own tool, right? You would never do this for a lot of people, but if you're just making your own tool, then you would go up and you create your client on the API, which every provider for an API has to have that. You would set up your client ID, whatever, and you'd set up your redirect to be localhost, whatever. And then what this does is this expects the redirect URL to be a local, and it fires up a server so that when it opens up the web browser calls the local server and gives a token off. And that particular piece of it, I never really figured out how to do that entirely without a browser. You know what I mean? So what it did, and I actually, it's not original. I found this trick from somebody else, but it does. It fires up a local web server that then intercepts the stuff coming back from the refresh token, and it pulls it out of there. It probably could be done more elegantly, but that was a quick thing that I wrote some time back. Yeah. what's that? Apart from certain insecure flows, it requires a browser. Yeah, OIDC I think always requires a browser if I remember right. We're not using app tokens, so we never will. Different editions of browser. It provides a browserless implementation. Doesn't mean a browser is the only option. I mean, I don't know. If I have always hit the problem where a browser is required, and technically the browser, yeah. I don't know. I tried it. I've tried it with. Technically, you could write something that actually parses the HTTP, but when you submit it, it's going to come back. It's got to be an HTTP request, right? Yeah. Curl can equal a browser for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't quite remember what it was. There was some. Oh, I remember. I remember the problem. The problem wasn't OAuth. The problem was that the creators of the APIs require you to authenticate using their method. That was the reason. So like Twitter and Twitch and anything else that has an API, if it's a web-based API and you want to write a command line tool that uses a web-based API, you don't have an option. The only way for you to authenticate against the API is to do the web. It's the only way to do it. So in the case of Twitch, for example, right? If you want to get that token from Twitch, the only way to do that is to log into Twitch. And the only way to log into Twitch is to use their web page. And their web page for doing the login to Twitch is specific and proprietary and not something that you could easily code. In fact, you could code a client interaction that, technically would parse the HTML of the page but that would change at Twitch's whim. And then it would, yeah. Right. Yeah. So anyway, the reason the OAuth thing that I made existed is because Twitter and Twitch and everybody who provides login, they say, go here and log in. And after you do that, they will put in the screen. The idea of OAuth is to redirect you to the application, and these applications, that first step where you do the login part, that part is very proprietary. It's very proprietary. This is our login page, right? And I was trying to make a more generic approach to it. So that's why I actually have a browser thing in there. Now I remember, because every potential service is going to require that login thing. And so in the cases where they do actually do a redirect, that was the thing. In fact, the auth, what it does is it will open up the login page in your little database of configuration locations, and it will open that page, and then you authenticate, and then when you click on the button, it's if you set the client API redirect, it will redirect to the localhost, and then it'll grab the thing. So yeah, I mean that's not really HTTP, but yeah, it's a Twitch limitation on OAuth. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, but generally speaking, I mean, Twitter's even worse. These tools are going to limit the way that you log in, and when OAuth is involved, they're going to expect a browser interaction. And I'm glad to remember that, because in my case at work, we don't have to force our users to use the web to log in. In fact, we're not. We're using command line login to do this very thing. It's possible that we will be forced to use that, though, because it requires a different authentication flow that may or may not be supported by the enterprise or policy-wise, right? And if we get forced into using a web-based authentication, downloading a kubectl file as Kreger does in Gateway there, or whatever, Gangway, seems like a good solution. That seems like a good solution to me. And then the more astute developers will be able to go pick apart that config file if they want to add context for themselves, right? But the problem I have is, how often are they going to have to, for example, let me give you for instance, if a developer is downloads one of these kubeconfig files, and let's say that I don't know what the policy is on the refresh rates, but if they wanted to pick that thing apart and take out the provider section and put it into another kubectl file as a context, how relevant would that kubectl file be? I mean, that kubeconfig file be? I mean, how long would it be relevant, right? And I think the answer to that, somebody's already said, would depend on the refresh token rate, right? If you've got an expiration that's like 125 days, I don't know what the refresh token rates are, and the reason I'm asking that question is because that's a very important question to evaluate when it comes time to set the expiration policies for these tokens. And frankly, I wonder if Kubernetes has a minimum requirement in the cluster at the cluster side on some of these tokens. But technically speaking, Kubernetes shouldn't care. It should just get one and then say, hey, does this pass? And just check in with the provider to see if that token is valid or not. So I don't think Kubernetes has anything to do with how long the tokens are valid. I think that's more a factor. Well, it has to be. It has to be a factor of the provider and not Kubernetes. So I think I answered my own question there. Lots of research tonight. Not particularly the kind of thing that interests everyone. But yeah. Okay. So I do like the idea of teleport and stuff. I'm going to put a related link here. I actually want to, because I want to remember the teleport link. I also want to remember the gangway link, which is what spurred this conversation. Did I say it right? Yeah. Because this particular, even if it's not used right now, this particular application is an example of a company that's decided that's the way we want to manage it, right? So I like that. What's that? Yeah, apps honesty. Yeah. I think the point of, so here's the comment. I think the point of being web-based is that most other apps don't have the same security as Sandbox. We trust browsers not to be keylogging our passwords. If you are entering your username or password into CLI app, you send off via curl, then you have written for people that I don't know if that's trusted. That's a good point. That's a good point. You generally trust there to not be a keylogger inside of a web-based application, considering depending on what web browser you have. That's a good point. I like it you said that. It's a reason to use web-based for this kind of thing instead of promoting trust for yet another login tool. I mean, so let me. I'm devil's advocate here. I'm gonna trash my own Keylogin tool for a bit and talk about why in a multi-user environment, I think the use of, and if you this diagram is linked in the chat, as it's pinned in the chat if you want to go look, but you don't trust browsers, yeah. Well, enterprises trust browsers more than they would trust. I mean, that's not true. You get a good point. If within the enterprise, we have the ability to say, hey, only use our Keylogin tool, right? So what's more trustworthy, using the browser that comes on your corporate issued desktop, or the specific tool that's generated by a team? In a world of multi-user development, where every team with an on-prem cluster comes up with their own login mechanism. In our case, it's a binary, right? That could become problematic, right? Because let's say there's another team that has another cluster that's using OpenShift, and they have completely different idea about what should go in kubeconfig, right? And they want to make it so that the kubeconfig gets populated. They want a command line tool to do that, and blah, 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 right? With or without, it's the web-based integration. That developer would end up having potentially multiple tools that we don't have this currently, but they could have multiple login tools that mess with the centralized default kubeconfig. And we would have to trust those tools to not step on each other, right? And this becomes a business problem at that point. This is no longer a technical problem. This becomes a business problem. We would then have to say, what is the preferred, business management of our developers with regard to development for multiple clusters? And I have to tell you, I think that the idea of promoting the use of a bunch of little binaries that are maintained on their own release cycles, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that we had like 4 different on-prem clusters, and each one had different magic that it did, different OIDC. I mean, God help you if that's true, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility. We have at least 4 different major clusters within our enterprise. It's a big company. And the developers are forced to use the login methods for whatever cluster they're working on, right? And there's a learning curve there. I mean, we have great documentation. We have some of the best, way better than even the OpenShift stuff. And we've got the GCP teams got their whole entire thing. But as a developer, they have to learn how to authenticate to each of the clusters just so they can run kubectl and get the proper version of kubectl, let alone that. I mean, they'd have to know what version of Kubernetes is on, what version of kubectl to download, and we have that all documented in our team. But potentially that's not as documented the same way. And no matter what, it's cognitive overhead for the developers, right? Because the developers are now going to have to say, what cluster am I developing for? And they're going to have to shift modes. They're going to have to kind of like shift mental context, cognitive context, and say, oh, I'm developing for this now I'm developing for this, and that means that, and I mean that means that there's going to be problems there. ADFS helps with this problem to some degree. I do think ADFS is probably going to help with it too, and it's funny you mentioned ADFS actually. Are you sure you don't work with me? If you don't have to dox yourself. If you do, please don't say anything. Please, let's not dox ourselves if you are. But we recently have been talking about ADFS a lot. So yeah. And I mean, this is like scary at this point, Kroger. So, okay, I don't want to get us in trouble. Nobody get in trouble here. But for those of you who don't know what ADFS is, let's actually go look at it for a second. Oh, yeah? What is ADFS? What is ADFS? I'm going to pretend like I'm not giving away information about architecture here, which is too late. I already kind of did. Active Directory Federation Services is a single sign-on solution created by Microsoft as a component of the Windows Server. And those of you might remember, I actually tried to get ADFS running at home here, which you can't do without a Windows machine. You got to have a Windows server to do it. ASDF. Oh, wait, did I say the wrong thing? Oh. Which one are you talking about? Oh, you're not talking about ADFS? I get it wrong. ASDF. Oh, whew. Okay. So ADFS provides the authentication for most companies, and it includes the OAuth and the OIDC and all that jazz, right? Most companies are going to have to use ASDF. Yeah, sorry. It sounds like it's typo squatting. It kind of does. In fact, I don't want to go there right now. I'm kind of scared. But so ADFS is the standard way most enterprises use to authenticate, period. It's really the biggest IAM solution out there. Somebody would maybe challenge me on that, who has more access to more enterprise internal practices, which is the big problem for the rest of us out here, in the wild, is we can conjecture about what the biggest companies on the planet are doing in order to create, statistical relevance to our decisions about what goes in our architecture and our what we deploy. But we really don't know. And it's only these high-end consultants, that's why Gartner Group gets so much money, is they pretend to survey a bunch of big enterprises and see what they're doing so that the rest of us can, buy into the idea of what is everybody else doing. It's also extremely frustrating because as a developer or as your only source, it's super important that you do professional networking like we're doing here on Twitch and YouTube, because this is your only input into what other people are doing. So So when someone says, "Oh yeah, you should use Arch for this," and you say Arch is not used anywhere in the enterprise with any significance except for Valve, which I would say is true. Nobody can when you say Red Hat or Ubuntu are the biggest enterprise operating systems, the truth is I actually don't have the statistics to back that claim up. That's a very anecdotal claim based on all the professionals that I've talked to and all the shops that they work in. And if you are not maintaining a professional network, particularly as an architect, and this is why so many architects and leaders, they go to conferences like that. They're not really doing, corporate espionage, but they're definitely testing the water and getting, comparing notes. And that's what my Twitch channel has been all about, frankly, about getting people, to learn the right things and kind of monitoring the trends from the water cooler and finding things out. And already tonight, I've found out a bunch of things from people that have been willing to share, which I appreciate. So, and one of those things, of course, the use of ADFS. So core point, software Twitter, a new GitHub has entered the chat. Oh shit. Okay. So software isn't a popularity contest. It's not really a popularity contest, but it is definitely what lessons have we learned, right? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. So let's see. I don't know what a SDF. I'm actually searching in the internet, which I normally don't do. Multiple runtime version of a single CLI tool. I don't know what's up with my DNS. I gotta fix that. Each of your project runtimes in a single CLI tool and command line interface. Is this one of those things that fires off the different? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I could get our tools team. This is not even in my purview, right? Recommending the use of something like this to our end users would be in the tools team purview, and I'm not. I'm just platform infrastructure engineer. But we end up making recommendations all the time because, we write the stuff that they're using. So yeah. So that looks interesting. I'll have to look at that. I didn't know about that. I'm going to make a little note to look into that later. Yeah, let me make another note. Is that you, Otto? Or is it Doris? My stepson. Look into ASDF for multiple versions of CLI. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now, but I want to take a note of it to go do it later. So put it in my Zettelkasten thing here. All right. And let's go back. Let's go back to where we were. So, where were we, by the way? So let's go back to this. I'm kind of frustrated right now because I now don't think Keylogin is the way that we should do this. And the problem I have as a human being is once I get a better way to do it in my head, I have a really hard time letting go of that and just doing what we're doing right now and perpetuating the status quo. That is a huge problem I have. It's not so much trend chasing as much as it is, a better way. And I now feel like I can articulate a justification for not doing the very thing that I've been supporting and I'm getting ready to upgrade. But what's better than Keylogin? Specifically, the use of a web service that allows users to download a kubeconfig file that they can maintain in a single directory. And then the promotion of promoting the use of kubeconfig, CTU, kubectl with no additional binaries at all except for the kubectl file. That is what I'm proposing. And I don't know that. Well, I already know that we're still going to have to keep the Keylogin thing because most of our users use a jump box, and that jump box is LDAP authenticated, and they need to be able to log in from that machine from the terminal with no web-based interface. And we don't want to force them to have to SCP their kubeconfig file from their desktop over to the jump box. So that's super important. That is really, really important, because that has been the developer workflow when dealing with Kubernetes for more than 10 years. This is way before I've been here, except for since Kubernetes has been in the environment. And that is not going away. In fact, there are ad hoc tools that depend on that, which means that the Keycloak binary, which I have been discussing it in terms of like use relatively locally, which is a new thing, frankly, within only the last 2 years on our team since I've been here. In fact, it didn't even work. Keylogin didn't work, and we had on the Mac, and that's what prompted me to rewrite it. Is I rewrote the Keylogin tool in Go. It was written in Go before, but it wasn't aware of Mac and stuff. So I wrote it to be cross-platform, and that's now being used locally by developers on their development machines, Mac, Linux, and Windows, whatever. And as well as on the jump boxes. So they can SSH into the jump box and do that. And they're using the same tool. They're using exactly the same tool, which is context aware. It modifies the default kubeconfig file, etc. So that need is not going to go away. So I'm kind of, talking myself through this, because no matter what, we're still going to need that. The only way that would go away would be if the corporate team told us to stop doing PEM-based LDAP authentication, which is not fucking happening. It's just not happening. They've been doing that for 30-something years. That's not going anywhere. And ephemeral kubeconfig service. Yeah, well, that absolutely, and that's kind of where I was going with this. Is if, they're Linux jump boxes. There are thousands of users, Linux jump boxes with shared drives. We have shared drive, NFS mounts, GPFS mounts, stuff like that. So they're very true. And by the way, this is not unique. This is like rampant across multiple enterprises. I know for a fact. So yeah, they. Well, you know what? Because they already have a scratch drive that's mounted. Yeah, they already have an NFS drive that's mounted. Oh, shit. I mean, that would require them to. No, we can't do that. I mean, it's possible. If we do that, we would have to require our end users set up mounting their drive shares, their what we call the S drive. Yeah, and most of the developers have that mounted, but they have to go through extra steps to mount that locally on their laptops or whatever. And yeah, I mean, this is super interesting. This is a good conversation. I'm glad you guys are available to talk to about this, because if we did that would prompt another piece of the puzzle for them. It's like, do we want to? That's not going anywhere either. People, in fact, we do that as admins. We'll put our bash RC configs in there and stuff like that, because that becomes your home directory on a node that you're SSHing into. So that's already a remote home drive mount. And if we did that, and then we sent them to a web-based authentication, OIDC flow that gave them a kubeconfig file, they could download that kubeconfig file into the S drive, and then it would work out of the box on the jump boxes, and we would just need to make sure that when they ran it from the command line, they would just set the kubeconfig environment variable to point to that S drive location, as opposed to the default in tilde.kube/config. So yeah, that setup can be enforced with environment, network, mouse, etc. Yeah. Man, as a script as available, everybody will call, fix my whatever. Yeah, the network folder. Yeah. Often use NFS mounts. Yes, I like I like what you're saying about that. I there are so many reasons to synchronize that and to promote the developer maintenance of those of that mount point drive as a prerequisite. Like so. By the way, this would go for any enterprise, right? Having a network share mount is like pretty standard, thing in any enterprise, right? So what we would at that point, the policy for this, blue sky developer workflow would be thou shalt set up your mount, right? Your network mount, period. And that is the place to put your configuration. This is very NFS NAS stuff from the 90s. I remember doing this kind of thing. Yeah, as a network folder too, right? Exactly. And it's exact all set up for your cluster. Yeah, and well, Muscleman, this is the reason I'm talking about this is because this is what I want to arrive at is a best practice here, for developers before we make more tools based on less than an optimal thing. The idea of using a network drive mount and saying thou shalt put your kubeconfig files in there, including the default one, is very relevant. Now, we can't go so far as to say that a network mount is also their home drive and their home location, right? We can't do that because we can't be sure that's going to be true. Some other aspect of our organization may want to use a different form of network mount, et cetera, et cetera. So that would basically be context switching in terms of for the developer, not necessarily for clusters. The developer would be context switching into development for this thing and context switching into development for this thing. And in this particular case, feeding them a developer container a container image is not going to do the trick because they're going to still have to do the other stuff that comes with it. And some of this development might be, graphics related, might not be all terminal stuff. So, no reason you could, as a network folder, true. Yeah. So, could be using Okta. The cloud provider also tells our internal web host application we face many issues limitations due to Okta. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. That would be a TonyFile question. They're not here right now. Yeah, TonyFile uses Okta and recommends it sometimes, so they could answer that. So yeah, I think I really like that, and the fact that we've talked through this means I have something really solid to bring to the table. So here's what a developer would do in this case. I don't think he recommends it. I think he was stating that people use it. Yeah, or they. I don't know what their pronouns are. Sorry. So what I'm getting at is here's my imaginary workflow for this developer. Before I go down this path, what I'm trying to determine now is if I even really need to do any of this development. This might be misguided development because if we can get rid of the keylogin thing, then rather than spend, I've got to fix a couple things, right? So that stuff I still have to test. I'm still gonna have to do it. I don't want to, but I have to. I have to get the dashboard to work with keylogin, which means I got to change it from access to access token, and I got to do TLS validation. So that all of that work has to happen, and I will still do that. But more important than that, for the discussions that we're having. I want to answer the question, do I need keylogin? And the answer is no, because I can put all of that on the web, use corporate approved ADFS, OAuth authentication, and I can create a solution, web-based solution that creates a kubectl kubeconfig file on the fly, as Kreger demonstrated with their application. And then that kubeconfig file could then be downloaded into a documented location within a shared mounted drive location that would then also be available from the jump boxes because it would be mounted from there. And then if we created a lot. I mean, we wouldn't even need it at that point. And then it's just kubectl, right? Because the login would just automatically work. It would work both from the remote boxes once they jumped onto them, and another thing too is in our case it would work from every one of our nodes because those already mount that location. So as long as you create an alias for the kubectl command to tell it that location, assuming it's not .kubeconfig, and that completely eliminates the need for a binary to mess with your kubeconfig file, which is, I think, kind of a dubious thing to do anyway, because how can you be sure that another cluster is not going to need a file in a different particular format, right? And or somebody else's tool for administering that folder, that file is not going to be as sharp as Kind is. By the way, the Kind tool, which does make direct manipulation of your kubectl file, is absolutely brilliant. That's where I learned the trick with YAML of including whatever's already there and just adding your own stuff to it. And if you want to see some brilliant code, look at that code. In fact, I made a tool called YQ, which is my version. Actually, no, it's was it J to Q? Or J to Y or something like that. It's one of my bonsai trees, and it uses the same approach. It uses the same approach I learned from the Kind client, which is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. So because it doesn't blow away what's in the file already. It would be really great if the kubectl itself did that. It doesn't. kubectl has a finite view of the universe, and if you change anything in the file and it has to do anything to the file, it throws out any change that you add, which is just fucking stupid. I hate that it does that. It's poor coding from the Kubernetes team. There, I said it. It's absolutely shit poor coding. You know why? Because Kind does the same thing without being destructive. And somebody's going to tell me they did it on purpose because they didn't want people to fuck with the file. No, it's just bad coding. Okay, I'm done. So Identity server for the new.NET might be an option if you need it. Yeah, I don't know about that. Compared to OAuth, yeah. I did something else, so you might get it for free. Well, somebody was taking me to task over not using OAuth 2, OAuth 0 for all this testing, and why do you have to run Keycloak at home to do that? You can just run it against a network-based thing. And they're not wrong, but I don't know. I just kind of want to play around with Keycloak better, because that's also the thing that we use in house, and so that's not giving away any secrets there, but that is what we use. So that's why I want to do it. So I'm going to I've been taking breaks all night. Let me just make sure my wife isn't home and she's not out there just eating without me. And I'm going to take a quick little break here, and then we'll come back and we're going to actually install Keycloak and start playing around with it. I know I've been saying I was going to do that all for the last 3 hours, but that's what we're going to do. All right, talk to you in a bit. Okay, we're back from the break. We're going to go ahead and play around with the Keycloak here for a bit. We're just going to follow the instructions. Keycloak is actually ridiculously easy to start. I just did it during the break. You just go here, especially if you're running Podman or Docker Desktop or something. Now, some people run Keycloak inside of Kubernetes, and we talked about that earlier. If you do that, you probably want to do that in an administrative cluster to get the HA from it and everything like that. Particularly if you're using Keycloak to authenticate users to Kubernetes. You get that whole chicken and the egg thing going on, right? But in our case, we're just going to run it from Podman because we just want an OIDC provider that's got an address on the local network. And we're gonna hopefully configure Kind or Minikube to use OIDC Connect as an authentication strategy using it. So I'm just copying this. Let me just break this Podman command down for those of you who may understand it already or don't. Podman is the drop-in Docker replacement maintained by the Red Hat group. Some people really hate it, and they hate Red Hat and everything. It doesn't matter. I find Podman to be a better solution than Docker these days. I once took people to task for saying the same thing for all the same reasons that they would take me to task for saying it today. But I now believe Podman and Red Hat are actually a better solution for people who are interested in enterprise and FOSS and all that stuff. And the reason for that is because Docker is an abysmally bad company that just continues to just fall off the map. I personally, I think they died 4 years ago. and they have just made decision after decision, which has proved that they are not a company to be trusted in any level. And I would much rather put my trust in Red Hat than Docker. Bottom line. And so the most important reason to say that is Docker Desktop, they try to charge enterprise customers like on the, bait and switch shit. And, Podman and Red Hat, they came around and said, you know what, our stuff's for free. It always will be. And so Podman Desktop has very successfully stepped in, even uses the same QEMU backend, and taken over for Docker Desktop and provided that for users for free. And Rancher Desktop tried to do the same thing, fell on their face. It was absolutely horrible. I hate saying that. I loved Rancher. So that is a nutshell, validation or justification for using Podman. Yeah, safe to say they're not going to reverse course. Yeah, I don't look. So that's why I'm using Podman. All right. So what does this do? So Podman run, it just runs a container that creates a container out of the image, and it does a few things that you can only do at runtime. When it creates the image, it mounts, supports, and forwards them to 8080, which is picked up by, in my case, WSL2 machine. Podman has the concept of a machine that's supporting. You can't have Linux containers without Linux. Which means that in the case of Windows, I'm running WSL2 backed, which Podman Desktop installs, by the way, and so you can go to the machine, and this creates those ports on the virtual machine network, the VLAN that it has, and then those get forwarded automatically to the host. So, but you have to have the -p in there to port forward those ports. That's what that's about. These are the environment variable settings that will get picked up by the container, and the container is Quay.io Keycloak, which is Quay.io is Red Hat's offering. It's a registry, and this is the entry point for the Keycloak server. I assume that Start Dev has another alternative. We'd have to read about it in the documentation. I assume that there's something besides Start Dev that would do more than that. I'm actually extremely shocked that they've got this down to a single Podman run and they don't have some kind of Podman compose requirement. I find that to be really, really cool. When we were playing with a bot from CoreOS, oh yeah. Yeah, and we can get into that. I mean, I love CoreOS. I'm a huge CoreOS fan, right? Always have been. And Rancher too. And and Red Hat's, yeah. They bought them, right? I wish CoreOS could have stood on its own. It didn't. It's too bad. Anyway, so we won't get into that. But this, I got a couple things right away that I really love about this. Is I evaluated Authentic yesterday, and Authentic, in order to install it, you had to run a Docker Compose file, and it installed Redis, Postgres, full Redis and full Postgres container image, and a number of other things. And this does not do that. This is a single container image that doesn't require a compose file. And already I like that better. So I don't care. I'm just going to say it. I hate Java, but I don't care that it's running Java if it's hiding all that Java in a container for me. Now, we've had a couple of people complain because when they want to put their certs into the thing, they have to deal with Java the way Java deals with certs. And that's a valid complaint. But in an age of containers, go to town. If you want to write your shit in Java, fine. I don't care. And I mean, Elasticsearch comes to mind, right? And, that's fine. In the container world, the language of deployment doesn't matter as much. And that goes for Rust, Python, whatever. So I don't care about the language as much as I might if I was forced to have to support that language and stuff. I can't imagine having a Java project without a container in 2023, given how different the JVMs. I mean, you got to understand, I lived through an era where we would ship an entire Eclipse IDE built into the application just to get a chat app. Yeah. I'm looking at you same time, Lotus same time. Fattest application I've ever. You think Electron is fat? You think applications that use Electron are fat? Oh my God. Does anybody raise your hand if you remember that? Does anybody remember the lunacy that we lived through where Lotus Notes and Lotus Same Time and a number of other applications that wanted to be, self-contained, run on the desktop application, embedded not only an entire JVM, but an entire Eclipse library on top of the JVM. Dude, if you've lived through that, then you've not, yeah. I know, not everything. I mean, IBM's got some good things, but most of it is crazy. Absolutely. Totally agree. And I worked there for 10 years. So, and I said so that entire time. The really great thing is you can really shine if you're not a, moron. I'm sorry. I that was very inappropriate to say. People complain that combiners are big. No shit, goes to the cat. So let's do this. Let's go test it. So we're running our server's running now, and it's dumping out stuff, and then we can go check it out. So we can go to localhost :8080. That was the port on the command line that we said, and here we are. We have Keycloak, and I actually recognize this. I use this every day, all the time. Well, I don't. To be fair, I don't go every day. That was an overstatement. It looks the same as what we have at work, which is one of the reasons I wanted to use Keycloak, because I'm kind of familiar with it. But this is again going to be this I really remember every time I see this this background, because in order to use anything in our environment, like anything, you have to authenticate, and this background gets put behind anything that Keycloak does, and I don't think you can change it. So I'm very used to seeing this background to do pretty much anything at work. So I'm going to do admin, and there we go. We're in here. Now I am not saving my password. And this is a part where I don't spend a lot of time in here. And I definitely don't mess with stuff in here, right? Because, and this is one of the reasons I want to do it at home. It's easy to skin. Check out Keywind. I might have to skin our Keycloak just because I want to be cool. Yeah, if I skinned Keycloak to be, based on our brand, I would probably get a raise or something. Because so many people have to see it every day. Every single person has to see that background every day. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna be the Keycloak hero. I'm gonna skin Keycloak. It's like one of those low hanging fruit things. Here's something important here to notice. It says simple to skin with Keywind. Damn. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna write that in my notes. Zed create. You know what? Let's do it. Let's. Why not? Why the hell not? Let's do it. I mean, we're having fun here, right? I mean, this is not, If I can say, oh, I spend a little bit of my free time skinning the Keycloak. If I charge him for it, because I'm a contractor, they're like, oh my God, did you charge us for this shit? No. You know what I mean? He's a Keycloak hero, got off in his Keycloak can be skinned with, what's it called? What's it called? Yeah, it's bad. I agree. Keywind with Keywind. Apparently, the rather dated. I think it's actually an old school Mac background that I remember from the 80s. I'm not even kidding. I think it's that really old school. Do you remember that? There's a really tiled background for Mac, back in the 80s. Yeah, apparently the rather dated background on Keycloak login for OAuth and everything can be updated with something called Keywind, which I don't know anything about it, so we're going to play with that. That's not mandatory learning, but you learned it here. Actually, you learned it from Kreger, not me. You need it if you want options. If you want to run it behind a proxy that handles HTTPS for you. No, we don't. We're not doing proxy with HTTPS. No, we run it in a virtual service with Istio that is not TLS terminated, if I remember right. And I don't know. I'm going to have to look at that. I'm glad you mentioned it. Datadog. A Datadog background. I don't know. Let me check. What does that one look like? Yeah. Well, this has been around forever. But this. I mean, it's it's geometry. It's vertices. It's the thing. Yeah, but there is definitely a Mac background that does that. I'm actually pausing on that statement because I do think. Well, we're running Keycloak. We're running Keycloak in Kubernetes. So, but in the infrastructure cluster, we use an Nginx ingress, and there. You know what? That's going to be a problem. I am so glad you said that because It's another thing they overlooked, man. I'm telling you, it's another thing they overlooked. I'm so glad I talked about this with you pros, because. All right, so let me throw this out there. So we have an infrastructure cluster that uses Keycloak and uses Nginx fronting for it, and it probably handles the proxying of TLS. But we are also currently running 2 Keycloak things in production that are in Istio, and I'm just going to say it. That source code has never entered GitHub at all, and those people are all gone. They're not here anymore. Yeah, I actually just said that. I'm sorry. I probably, that's going on YouTube. I probably should not say that. Ooh. Oh, well, I already did. Too late. In other words, our Keycloak Kubernetes deployment has no source code in any source management anywhere. And the people who deployed it are now gone. And if you know how big my fucking company is, I'm just shaking my head, man. I am just shaking my head, and I'm like, it's a good thing. And so I've been kind of elevating it as a priority. I'm like, damn, we got to fix this. But the reason this is interesting to me is because now that somebody just, it was a Ghost of a Cat, said that it's a little bit trickier when you're using with TLS involved, and I'm not wondering what Istio is. Obviously, they're going to have to deploy as a virtual service in Istio, and that ingress is totally different than Nginx ingress, and that is a different TLS termination. And how is that going to impact the Keycloak? That's already deployed and is working today, but in order for me to understand how all that stuff's working, I'm going to have to go download all the manifest file and figure it out, because there's no source code anywhere. So that is a thing. That is a thing to look at. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I am immediately going to go talk about it. They're like, somebody actually said to me recently, well, it's fine. It's all the same as our infrastructure cluster. That they're bringing up an infrastructure cluster to do Keycloak for everything, and everything over there can just use this. And I said, well, not really, because we're not using the same ingress on those, and we don't know what things we're going to hit over there. And I think they were kind of trying to, I mean, it wasn't malicious or anything. They were just trying to say, oh, no, it shouldn't be that hard. We can just use the same one we've deployed on this cluster that doesn't have Istio on it. And that is, I think, understating the difficulty. Because it's and as was just confirmed by somebody else there, the deployment on Istio with TLS termination is going to be a problem if we have to put a proxy in there somehow that doesn't exist. That already burned us on the whole dashboard deployment, which is a total hack. Somebody hacked out an OIDC relay proxy deployment so that they didn't have to do the kubectl proxy, which is the official way to run the Kubernetes dashboard from the command line. And they did that so they wouldn't have to do the command line, because nobody wants to do the command line. They want our ML users to be able to just go straight to the web browser and just do their OIDC auth and then get their dashboard. And in order to do that, we had to map what dashboard they had access to, and all that jazz. So So yeah. Anyway, so let's go back here. Let's go play with this. I know I'm talking a lot, but probably too much. But it's gonna benefit. So important thing here is the server info. Is here. You can actually get this. This is a version.txt file inside of the container, and I actually want to try that. I want to see if I can SSH into the container and look up the version information. That's one of the things I wanted to test. Because it is one of the reasons, like if you want to know what version of Keycloak you're on and see what it supports and everything, you either have to log in or you can get on the host and look at version.txt. And it's a task that I was not able to do on our servers because I don't have access to the server. So I am going to do that right now. And go with it. So Podman, wait, what's the name of our running server? So we have start dev. I wonder if I hope it's a container that's got a login, but we're gonna find out. Probably not though. I bet it's just, well, no, it's gotta have a JVM on there, right? So it's gotta be interpreted, which means it's gotta have a host OS. And not a host OS, an OS-ish thing. Podman exec, right? Can I do an attach? I don't do containers very much. I am so bad. Wait, priceless Huggle. Is that Kubernetes? It is, right? I mix my Kubernetes execs all the time. Bash. Oh, damn. Cool. Well, that's nice. Did they have LSB release? No, it's not Ubuntu. What is it? It's not Alpine. What is it? Does it have an MOTD? I'm just trying to figure out what image they use. I could probably inspect the image. Would it have it in there if I inspected the image? You think it's Scratch? Oh, it can't be from Scratch. I just ran it. I just got on it. Yeah, that's where I was headed, actually. Yeah. Oh, of course it's Red Hat. They put Red Hat in a container. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Well, I was at LSB underscore release. It wasn't there. It's the issue. I was just going to check that one too. That's why I was headed to Etsy. There we go. It's Red Hat Enterprise. Yeah. Okay. So that's good to know. This is one of the reasons I'm doing this, is I kind of want to understand the inner workings of Keycloak so I can maintain it. And it's all over in Department of Defense, which I think some of our chat members right now can confirm. Somebody the other day, not you, you know who I'm talking to, said that Keycloak is the official DoD thing. I don't remember last time I saw Fedora and Prod. Yeah. Well, this is a Fedora though. Thank God. This is actual Red Hat Enterprise. Oh no, it is for. It has a Fedora logo, but that's just Fedora logo. This is actual Red Hat, right? You're scaring me. ID like Fedora. So it is Fedora. Damn it. Is it really? It says Red Hat Enterprise right here. Interesting. What do you guys think? What is that? You people, what do you think? Do you think it's Fedora or do you think it's actual enterprise? If it's actual enterprise, then how do they get permission to put it in there? Do they have some kind of deal? I thought you couldn't use enterprise containers or enterprise period unless you had some sort of agreement. I mean, this is very much a company we're talking about. So tell me what's up with that. You know what I mean? Not that one. Where's the Podman? Oh, Keycloak. I mean, Keycloak's a company. It's not CentOS. No, this is Red Hat. I know Fedora comes from Red Hat. That I know. I actually had stock in 2008. Sold it. The vendors, I guess. Yeah. I think that is the. Yeah, I was just gonna say. Yeah. Okay. Well, that answers the question. That answers the question. That answers the question. So yeah, I don't know why I forgot that. I did though. I forgot that. So Keycloak is owned by Red Hat. Yeah. I'm gonna try. Let's see if I wrote about this already. I don't. What the hell did I? This is so wrong, Rob. Oh my god, my notes. It is essential that it is now indirectly managed under Red Hat Keycloak. Is that even true? This note of mine is like wrong. I think this note is wrong. Does Red Hat own Keycloak? Single sign-on identity management. We'll get to the history in a second. Give me a second. Initial release September 2014, 8 years ago. I'm going to add this to my notes. There we go. Wait, what's up with... Man, I wrote this a long time ago. Yeah. This set is like really old. Yeah, it's one of my imports from like ancient times. So I'm just cleaning my notes up here, people. I don't know. I mean, this stuff I didn't. Okay. Installing and running Keycloak. Damn, I already had a tutorial on it. It's probably from last 3 years ago, actually. Yeah, I'm guessing. It's Apache 2.0. Rumor has it the USD DOD uses it for everything. I can't cite the source on that. They won't say they own it for legal reasons. There, I'm trusting what you all are telling me, so you better not lie. All right, so I just want to add that to my notes. Yep. Why did I capitalize open source? That was stupid. All right, so I've learned so much since then. It's funny when you go back into your notes and you like were trying to get a handle on something and you've learned at least a little bit more than you did when you read that. Written in Java, tape with single sign-on Apache License 2.0. Yeah, and I thought you could use the Red Hat image but not access the repos. That's a good question. I don't know. The reason I ask is I'm trying to decide again what server platform to use for my hardware, my bare metal, and I went through the whole thing a year ago, and I decided to put a Ubuntu server on my hardware. I also tried Talos on the Macs, and it didn't work because I don't have good network boot because they don't support it, and I don't want to do Talos without network boot, and I tried Alma and/or Rocky. I can't remember which one it fell on his face. I actually tried ESXi too from VMware, and that was horrible. Oh my god! And I'm tempted just for the sake of consistency with the infrastructure to put actual Red Hat on there. And that's why I'm asking the question. Since we're kind of looking in, we see that this container is actually running a Red Hat OS Linux distro in a container, which is rare. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Red Hat in a container, ever. In fact, I haven't. I can't remember a single time that I've seen Red Hat used in a container. And the only justification for that, as we've been determining, is that it's because Keycloak is either solely managed by or owned by Red Hat. Like him or hate him. And that's one of the reasons I was interested in the exec thing. I'm actually going to go look for the version.txt file. That's what I was going there for, because I was trying to determine a version by going to the host OS. And the fact that I now know that I can, we're running Keycloak in Kubernetes, so now I know that I can exec into the container images, which I did not know until tonight. So that's why we're doing this experimentation. Keycloak is an open source software project that allows single sign-on. As of March 2018, Wildfly Community Projects under stewardship of Red Hat, who use it as the upstream project for the. See, I just saw something about this. I read something that said that they changed to use the Quarkus backend instead of the Wildfly backend, and I don't know what that means. I just read something in another page that said rather than use Wildfly, they have changed to Quarkus, whatever the fuck that is. So, and then I saw that in the startups. I said the same thing twice because I'm trying to get a handle on it, which means, my curiosity is killing me. I have to know what Quarkus and Wildfly are. So let's finish reading Wikipedia about Wildfly, but don't let me forget to look up Quarkus. In fact, let's do that right now. What is Quarkus? Quarkus is a Java framework tailored for deployment for deployment on Kubernetes. So what does that mean? It's like a JRE? Is it a JVM or a JRE? It's like a JRE for Kubernetes. Key technology components surrounded. I know nothing about Java and Kubernetes, even though that's a huge thing. Java and Kubernetes is a huge thing. I can hate Java all I want. There are a lot of Java applications that are in the Kubernetes space. Optimized for containerized workloads. Really? You hear Java and run. Yeah, I mean, nobody likes it. But GrailVM is another one. OpenJDK hotspot. Key technology components surrounding it are OpenJDK hotspot and GrailVM. Okay, cool. GrailVM is pretty cool, I gotta admit. I mean, I was officially hired by IBM as a Java developer, and I did official Java development on the Nike.com project, Nike ID in Java. Actually found a critical bug in the Java JVM, and they flew a guy from Sun Microsystems in to see it. I've told this story a million times because it stopped. I wrote the shopping cart for Nike.com in Java using Java server pages and all that jazz. The goal of Quarkus is to make Java a lead platform Kubernetes and service. That was years ago. Lead platform Kubernetes in serverless environments while offering developers unified React and embedded programming model. Yeah, there we go. Reactive and unified programming model, which makes me think that's what Grail, because Grail is, I think Grail lets them do a bunch of other modern things. In fact, I think that there's, what's the language called? In case I process every half hour, I know. Don't get me started. I literally found a critical memory bug that was causing our process to throw the shopping cart away. And I told them it wasn't my code. It was the JVM, and they thought I was full of shit. My manager, everybody else, they were nice about it, but they thought I was full of shit. And I actually had to double down on my career and say, no, this is not me. And I did all the testing and isolation. I actually printed posters out that I put outside of my cubicle because so many people were whispering in the halls about this guy who can't finish the Nike.com thing. And I was like, this is not me. This is the JVM. It's totally fucked up. And they flew a guy in. They did. They flew a guy in, and the guy sat there, and his exact response was, huh. I kid you not. I've told that story so many times. It was so validating. It was so fucking validating because I was right. The reason that we were delayed was because of Java, not because of me. And ever since then, I've hated it. Ever since then, I've hated Java because, look, if your core tool is going to cause me to, anyway, you get that one for free. Everyone in JVM who has a JVM prod knows that. Heap inflation, 2% per hour. Exactly. Goes to the cat. Yes. Thank you for saying that. And it's funny that they still have memory leaks in it. Even, in 2023. You think they would not? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Quarkus, you know what? This is why containers are so great, right? So if it goes, okay. Moral of the story here, my friends. Run Keycloak in Kubernetes with high HA. Right? And then you have I don't know if you can spin up 2. I have to go look at our deployment. I don't think you can have 2 because I don't think they're round robin. It would be interesting. I don't know how it does system management, but if it, if you get memory pressure, oh boom, let's restart it. I mean, that's all Kubernetes is. Kubernetes is a big enterprise, reboot program. That's all it is. Oh, your application is blowing up memory on the host operating system? Fine, we'll restart you. That's all it is. Kubernetes is it's a fancy cron job to restart shit that gets out of control and contains it so that it doesn't kill everybody else. That's all it is. You can do Keycloak HA? You can? Nice. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. You can have more than one pod. Is it because it's designed to be run from more than one pod? I assume so. I don't know yet. I haven't gotten into it enough. But I need to. So the next step after this is going to be us to deploy Keycloak in Kubernetes. And I don't need to do that for work. I kind of just want to do that. I want to deploy Keycloak in HA. And for that, I probably have to have a proper cluster, I'm guessing. I don't think I can get away with testing that in Minikube or something. I probably have to have a proper cluster for that. Yeah, sticky sessions. Okay, does it have sticky sessions something you can enable in the configuration, I assume? Nice, Kroger. Thank you so much. Such good information here. And by the way, the reason that I decided to focus on this instead of Authentic or some of these other hot things is because Keycloak is like core learning for enterprise, management. It's everywhere. I keep having people come up out of the woodwork and say, oh yeah, we use Keycloak. 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 Even if you don't like it and it's Java and it's got quartz and blah, 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 it's mandatory learning if you're in operations in these environments. So, and I know nothing about it, right? Well, that's not fair. I mean, I've been working with it for a year or so, and I've been authenticating against it as an OIDC provider, but I have not been maintaining it, which is the reason you have a home lab, right? So you can kind of learn to maintain some of the stuff. And then if somebody dies at work who's maintaining it currently for us, then we, as I said, we don't have none of the source code is stored in any of our Git repos. So for me to be able to go get the right, to even determine what version it is and all to do the operational tasks, I need to set it up and play with it. That's why I'm doing it. Okay. Sticky sessions on the ingress. I mean, Istio better have it. If it doesn't, I'm going to be mad. It has to, because that's what we do right now. Okay. So yeah, if Istio virtual services are not doing sticky sessions, I would be really surprised. But I can't confidently answer that question right now. Quarkus is a Java framework. Okay, we got it. We don't need to do anything else with that. I got my answer. And we're reading more on Keycloak here. What is Wildfly then? What is Wildfly? What is Wildfly Java? Wildfly implements the latest enterprise Java standards for Jakarta. Damn, there's a word I haven't heard in a long time. Jakarta EE is still around? Shit. God, I didn't think I was that old. I haven't heard about Jakarta in a long time. Oh my God, this is kind of memory lane. Jakarta Eclipse microprofile. I know Eclipse. I don't know what microprofiles. Eclipse and micro in the same, as those are oxymorons. It's an oxymoron. You can't have Eclipse and micro in the same sentence, in the same title. Did I ever tell you how I got around Eclipse development, mandatory development in Eclipse, and able to use VI? I just did all my development on the files underneath the thing, from the terminal and using VI, and then I would only use clips to do my commits. Yeah, we would commit to whatever the fuck, some big ass like God. What was it? It's not Tivoli. It was the other one. Rational rows. Rational. Oh my God, I'm looking this up just for fun. The 1990s wants their enterprise development back. Rational rows. Rational rows was a UML tool. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what was the. It's not SVN. It was the other one. What was the huge ass source management tool? It costs you like $1,000 a seat to use it. Like before GitHub, before Git. Yeah. Perforce. No. Perforce was a competitor at the time. There was another one. And it wasn't SVN. It wasn't CSV. Those were free. I set all of those up. It was it's from the Rational team. I can't remember, but it was integrated into Eclipse. And so if you did any development at IBM at the time, you had to do your development in Eclipse, and you had to use this bloated ass tool for management of commits and shit. Visual Source Save. Yes, that was it. That is it. Yes. Is that Rational? I have to look this up. I am having like PTSD right now. No, it wasn't Microsoft. No. These terms are all getting muddled in my head. What was it? It was bigger. No, it was something else. It was an Eclipse thing. I don't know. Let me go find it. I have to know now. Are the older sources? God, it was so fucking. This is back in the era of pre independent selling. SCM, source code management. Wasn't it last in? No. I'm going to be going to memory lane. It wasn't Git, of course. I remember Git was the new hotness on the block. And I was still into SVN. I actually really like SVN, even though it died. CVS and SVN. SVN's like, we're so much cooler than CVS. And then Git comes out. Hold my beer. Yeah. I mean, Git just did the really obvious thing, and it made everybody have a stand. If anybody who's ever had bullshit with like somebody locking you out of source management, it wasn't BigKeeper. No, BigKeeper was a big one though. That was SVN's CSV competitor. It was BigKeeper versus Git too for a while there. It wasn't Bazaar, Perforce. I want to say it was Visual Source Safe actually. It wasn't RCS. Goddamn, that's old. Like really, Rational Clear Case. That's it. That is it. That's the one. that's what I had to find. It was a Rational tool. All of the Rational tools cost you $1,000 a seat, man. Seriously, it was. Can you imagine paying $1,000? Look, we paid $3,000 a seat to use Unix back in the 80s. And that's why Linux happened. That's why BSD happened, because it's too fucking expensive. Can you imagine paying like $1,000 a seat just to use source management? And it had no command line interface that was worth using. You had to kind of use Eclipse to do it because they had all this shit that was in Eclipse that was tied up to it. It was ClearCase, yeah. I was at IBM, obviously. IBM Rational ClearCase is a repository-based tool. By the way, IBM doesn't do anything originally. I mean, that's not fair. They did a lot of things originally. They got more patents than any other company on planet Earth, but most of them are shit. Believe me, they are. And they bought Rational, and Rational was big. Rational Rose was the big UML thing, and we were all UML crazy in the 90s because we were also OOP crazy, and visual programming was the thing with UML pretty much. I was obsessed with UML for a very long time because I just liked the whole idea of it because I was a drafter and you could like visualize it. I mean, ClearCase is an open source program. Licensing can be expensive. You think? And licensing can be expensive. It also lacks the speed that some other tools offer. No shit, but remains a popular choice of some developers due to its convenient project configuration and ability to manage large volumes of data. Yeah, in other words, your fucking huge, monstrously bloated code base that you should never, it should never exist. Offline use, parallel development, and branching. Developers working on complex projects prefer it to other tools due to its ability to accommodate large binary files. If you're putting a large binary file in your source repo, I mean, you know, LB, what is it? LBF, what is it? The GitHub thing? 1K that time was like 10K a day. I know. Yeah, professors putting us on IBM Rational stuff back in 2015. You fucking kidding me? Sorry for the swear words. I'm not supposed to swear. We're on YouTube still. I forgot. Having patents does not equal doing original work. Exactly, Gregor. Exactly. You couldn't get distinguished engineer title unless you had some shitty patent to your name. God, it was such an ego stroking thing. I don't even get me started. Dude, I could have had several patents. It's not sour grapes. I honestly could have. And I didn't. Because it's bullshit. RCS is a free open source tool they use, and then I didn't get distinguished engineer because I didn't play by the game. You work there, you know. You know what bullshit that title is. Yeah, let's grab a bunch of pocket engineers who will make sure never get patents or anything. We'll take all the credit for everything they do, and then we'll get the DE title, and then we'll tell everybody to do and walk around with our big ass executive meetings and stuff like that, and make all the extra money, and then those engineers will leave. And IBM brain drain. If you've worked at IBM, you know exactly what I'm talking about. RCS is a free open source tool. They usually is a free. IBM like is like the blob. It like consumes companies that it thinks are attractive, and then it rips them apart and dissolves them into little pieces, and it spits out the all the innovators that came from that company who escape because they're strong enough to escape the blob after the first year to pursue other interests, and all the other brain drain people drop like flies, and then all they're left was the husk of what was once a company they did destroyed. And a lot of times that thing that they're trying to eat, they realize the blob realizes it can't eat it. It can't digest it. It sucks so bad. And then it will spit it back out after it is this like partially digested shit that'll get vomited back out. And that is exactly what happened to Big Fix. It's exactly what happened to Big Fix. Yeah. Anyway, Amazing Master Inventor video on YouTube. Got to find it. Oh God. I know which one you're talking about. Have you seen one with? I actually worked with a guy. Yeah, I worked with that guy. I can't talk about that. Mike Spisak. Whoopsie, I may have said his name. I work with that guy every fucking day. Yeah, somebody on my stream, I won't say who, actually knows him personally. And he has one of these like big ass YouTube videos, and he's got like a rustic, star in his office on the back, and he's talking about helping the next generation of kids learn to code. And he's got this like certificate on the wall. It's like says distinguished engineer, and it's all gilded and everything. The guy didn't know shit. He was like the master of regurgitating like meritocratic ideas from the rest of the engineering team and making him sound better, and then representing the ideas as his. Got a lot of money out of it. He got a lot of money out of it, a lot of notoriety. I mean, he's not dumb, but I don't want to talk anymore. Where's my alcohol? Okay, I'm sorry. I should not talk bad about people, but I'm just telling you my experience. And I said it pretty fast, and now it's on YouTube, and now I can't take it back. Oh well. He's the kind of asshole who would probably sue me for defamation. These streams always get more interesting near the end of the day. I am not clicking on the... Wait. You just... Is that you? Oh, did she get home yet? No? Okay, bye. This is it. I don't know if I want to click on that. I'm going to get in trouble. It's just me. Don't, it's fine. It's fine. It's normal yelling. My stepson's worried about me because I'm yelling. I probably shouldn't yell. I probably shouldn't talk. Hey, here's my YouTube history, in case you're wondering. You can smell the bullshit in the video. Well, look, this is coworking. It wouldn't be coworking unless we talk shit about somebody. I know. I'm sorry. Wait.
And to help you find your way, to wherever you're trying to go. Okay, because location-based services were just
wait. Where's my music? I have to stop my music.
And over the last few years, you've seen LBS getting.
This is getting really weird. It's got like yoga music in the background.
GPS is going to be improved. So now they're getting down. GPS is going to have granularity down to inches. So you've got all kinds of opportunities around this. So the question becomes, how can we help people live their lives more efficiently, more effectively, smarter, by using some of our technology?
My God.
The anecdote behind this, though, this is great. I mean, back before I
had feel
GPS
bad that I'm
my
laughing
phone,
at this
I used
guy.
to go to MapQuest.
I feel bad.
I'm going to fly.
It's not who I am.
To New York. I've got to go.
I'm not going to laugh at
Latoya's
people.
house. How do I get there? So
I want to be better than that.
And then, if you misplace the MapQuest directions, you're in trouble. Right now, it's easier, right? We can do Google Maps on the phone or whatever tool we want to use. But it occurred to me, I've got all
It
these
occurred to me as a master inventor.
And when I go there, it doesn't really give me the direction. So how can we enable this? So you've got certain tools out there that were available online. You've got address book entries that give you part of the picture. And so we began exploring the way
Cracker, thank you so
from
much.
point A to point B, no pun intended, right?
Thank you so
How do you
much.
go from this address book entry to pull in different technologies to allow you to map your route? Because if you do that, and then you can optionally save these, then you're better off. Your life is more efficient. Your life is, frankly,
You know what? Look, the guy means well.
a lot smoother. How's that?
The guy means well. He means well. He means well. He's trying really hard to do the right thing. Just like me, just like you. So I'm gonna go, I don't want to be negative, but my God, that's funny. But there are people out there. Look, if you're an engineer and you're good at what you do, and by good I mean you actually read shit and study and spend your and work at 11:30 drinking wine with your friends doing tech shit because you want to stay current. If that describes you, chances are somebody who's far less lazy than you is going to latch onto you. And so this is subject matter for tomorrow's Don't Get Mad, Get Busy. I can feel it coming on. We're going to have to make a whole thing about this. By the way, you're listening to artofxrob.tv, and there is going to be a podcast tomorrow. So every engineering team you've ever worked with, all my friends on Twitch who are brilliant engineers, I know that because I hear what they talk about and what they input, and I can tell. You can sense the capability in their chat. You know that they know what they're talking about, that they don't have to grandstand, that it's a skill. It's a skill, and we need to talk about this tomorrow on the podcast. In the podcast tomorrow, we need to talk about the skill. Don't get mad, get busy. And that podcast is largely centered on dealing with these emotions of frustration or anger, and turning it around into something positive, right? Hopefully not attacking people, but knowing how not to be taken advantage of. So I am going to put that on the agenda for tomorrow night. So, because I want to get back to doing this, playing around with Keycloak. But I'm definitely going to put that on the agenda for tomorrow, because that is definitely something that we could laugh about together. Now, I might have to just take a couple excerpts from master inventors who will be unnamed or something, and we'll talk about that. But the takeaway from that is, just to be able to put it to bed here, is that part of this job is constantly learning and getting good and getting better. And another part of this job is sharing that with others without being taken advantage of, and being okay with being taken advantage of. And I really think that needs to be a topic. For out of office email in 2017, their email service first didn't support out of office email. My favorite thing about IBM is how much they brag about having patents in 2023. I mean, seriously, it's like, who brags about having patents in 2023? The rest of the fucking world has realized that, and I quote, table stakes in Silicon Valley is having, open core. It's the open core business model. That term is coined by GitLab. And what that means is that you bring something for free to the table, and then you add something extra that people pay for. And that is the current, production model for business enterprise. And in that environment, to have IBM, big ancient blue IBM with, ugly hair growing out of its back, say that, oh, look at all our patents, how cool we are. It just shows how fucking clueless the company is. It just has no clue, even at a remedial level, what it means. But they don't care, because the people that are dependent on IBM, which is pretty much the entire fucking world, all the small, medium-sized governments in America, they have to use IBM because IBM's holding them hostage from all their mainframe and everything. So they're not going anywhere, and they do have every once in a while they do some good stuff. And they have all these patents, and so they make billions of dollars off the patents. They're like, hey, look at us. We're really good because we have these shitty patents that we make money on, and we have all of these people who are completely locked into using COBOL on a mainframe. And these people are big customers, like entire departments of defense or entire governments, right? So IBM ain't going anywhere. IBM had how many $1 trillion loss? One year they had something like $2 trillion in losses, and they still survived. They survive because they're so fucking big, and they've got such a chokehold on everybody else. But they don't really innovate at all. They buy shit, destroy it, and then try to pass it off as something good. So when they bought Red Hat, the rest of us were like shaking in our boots. Too big to fail. Absolutely. 27 billion on patents since 1996. Yeah. So and by the way, if IBM has what's called centers of innovation. And if you get lucky enough to work for a big, sloppy company that's going to pay you crazy ass money, and they do pay, IBM does pay pretty good. They didn't pay me very good, but they doubled my salary at Nike. And I was like, okay. And, until I wasn't, and then I left. I left like 10 years later. But the point I'm trying to make is, don't rule them out as a company. They still have big ass conservative, safe companies. First of all, they're not necessarily safe, right? The only way to be truly safe is to keep your skills up. If you keep your skills up, you're safe from anything, and no matter how bad the economy is, particularly if they're operation skills. I'm turning into a podcaster right now. I'm not really doing tech stuff. I'm sorry. This happens at the end of the stream every time. Every time. It's people who know me. They're like, "Oh, here we go." Let's stream while I do a ring fit for the day. Bruin, I'm glad you said that. I actually should get on my bike. I should. I kicked ass yesterday though, and now my legs are sore. So I want to wait a day and drink wine. I know I should probably get on my bike. I don't want to though. I really don't want to. I want to. You know what? I should though. I should do like an hour. I should do like an hour on my bike. I'm gonna do that. And besides, I know. I need to do an hour. At 22 quarters of decline in revenue. I know. Do you remember that? Yeah. It's like this has been covered in a documentary. Yeah. So look, we've done a lot here. I need to stop. I need to do something else because. So we got Keycloak. I'm getting ranty. It's time for me to quit. So just in case you're wondering, there's not very many of you here. There's only a few of my, yeah, it is 11 o'clock. Well, that's like 12:30. Shit. All right. I'm going to do an hour on the bike just so I can relax and wind down and get to go to bed. And I'm going to put the music back on. And if you guys don't know what I'm going to do, but those of you who hung with me, thank you for being here. And hopefully you learned something. But I'm going to go ahead and stop the YouTube video right now. If you want to tune in and watch me sweat to the old days, literally like the 80s or 90s music or whatever, I get on and I do that. That's never going on YouTube though. So here's to you. If you want to tune in for a ranty podcast, we'll save that for tomorrow. My goal is to try to get good at separating the rants, which people say they tune in for, from the tech content. And unfortunately, those two come together in my brain. So I have a hard time separating them. Oh, I can't wait to go on this date with my wife. I wish you guys could come just to Flex Galleries. It's going to be very mature, but we're not going to talk about it right now. All right. Bye, YouTube.